Welcome, welcome. We are back with Dwarf Fortress. We are in the competitive continents, the Beak of Link. That's the continent that we're on. We're the Dwarf Fortress of Portal Saved. The site government here is the Disemboweled City. Civilization is the Soaked Paints, which we learned last time. Doesn't exist anymore. Just a quick review of things. Let me turn that down just a bit. There we go. This is us, the Disemboweled City. We only have 2 nobles at the moment, an expedition leader / woodcutter, and a militia commander / miner. We have 15 dwarves, 2 of which are miners, 4 woodworkers, 1 stoneworker, 1 metalsmith, a jeweler, 3 craft dwarves, 2 nobles, a farmer, and a couple of animals. Just looking everything over here. The only thing I have set not to be cooked is plump helmets, because if you cook them you don't get seeds. And that's kind of our staple food stock right now. As far as animals, we have 2 dogs and 2 cats, all female. Which means we will not get any more dogs or cats. On the surface here, we have our temporary lodging / new tavern. As you can see, we have the Chestnut of Bells. Let me zoom that in a little bit. A little hard to read. There we go. Hey, thanks for the lurk. Oh, my bot's not on. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me to bring my bot up. Yeah, I had to switch back to the local bot. The cloud bot wasn't working too well. It kept missing things and misbehaving, so the local chat bot from Streamlabs works pretty well, and I've got it tweaked just the way I like it. Anyway, this is the Chestnut of Bells, our tavern. We got Zazit, the tavern keeper. He keeps everybody lubricated with booze and keeps everything flowing. As you can see over here, we have several coffers full of mugs they can use. A couple of gold goblets have made their way into the coffers. That's okay. Over here we have dwarven wine. There's a cat hanging out in the booze stockpile. We've got some whip wine. We've got dwarven beer, dwarven ale. This stuff has parentheses around it, as you can see on there. That means we bought this. We didn't make it ourselves. There's always a differentiation between items crafted in the fortress and items purchased and imported. Specifically, that differentiation is here. Created wealth. Anything you import does not count for your created wealth. So you can see we have a couple weapons in the fortress, but we've only created like 1 or 2 pickaxes, so our weapons created wealth is pretty low. Furniture is actually quite high because we built a lot of doors, chairs, tables, etc. Other objects, this is very likely the goblets. We've made a lot of gold goblets, and that has spiked our value. The value, your imported wealth value and your total wealth value, are tied to when you start to get attacks and when you start to get thieves, things like that. As you can see, we have a little bit of exported wealth. This is the stuff we've sold to the traders. Imported wealth is anything we bought from traders. We've bought quite a bit. Or anything we brought with us on embark will show up there too. Yeah, so what's the plan for today, you might ask? Well, let me tell you. I'm gonna make the tavern look a little nicer. I'm not really happy with its current look. It's I mean, it's sandstone, but it's not very nice, right? The visitors, they come in, they expect a nice dwarven tavern. They come in, they find a rough-hewn cave, right, with some stone chairs and tables. So we're gonna smooth it out. We're gonna make it look a little nicer. I like things to look nice. We're gonna designate all of that for smoothing. I may put some statues in there as well. We'll see. What else are we gonna do? Well, we got our still here. That's doing well. Just doing a review because it's been a little bit. We've got various stockpiles back here. This is all fine for now. So let's go deeper. Let's go much deeper. Down into the depths, we have our still temporary but more permanent setup here. We've got all of our bedrooms. We've got our nobles' quarters. We've got our small dining hall here in the middle. And we've got, oh wait, that's right. So with Dwarf Fortress, my my mouse cursor on the stream for some reason is like shifted right and down. So on my screen, my mouse cursor is over the tables. Let's see, over there. There we go. Anyway, hopefully you could see that. We got this area that we dug out as a craftwork area. This is our kitchens. Yeah, so we're doing all right down here. What I would like to do is get the stone cleared out of here. I would like to get this smoothed down so it's a little nicer, and maybe dig down to the caverns. So first we're going to get the tavern running. Well, it's already running. We're going to get it smoothed out, looking nice. I'm going to queue up a couple of statues. Let's say 4 statues, just to make the tavern look dwarvish. I'm not going to specify. You can actually, let's see, details. You can specify the image, and we may want to do that. What should we have as our tavern like theme, or maybe fortress, you know, image? I don't know. Let's see. Do we have one for our group or civilization? I don't think we have. Well, I'm sure our civilization has a an image though. Maybe I can find it in here when I specify image. Oops, that was specifying material related to civilization. Ah, so now we have to find our civilization. It is the what was it? The soaked paints? Is that us? Hold on. I can't remember the name now. It's been a week, okay? The soaked paints. That's our civilization. So we are the last fortress of the soaked paints, and as such, we want to show our symbol, right? So we want to specify an image related to civilization. The soaked paints. These guys right here. Okay, that should work. We'll find out. I haven't done it through the job manager like that, so we'll see if that works. Either way, we should have some kind of themed statue having something to do with our civilization at some point. And they're just smoothing away, and I'm not going to give them too many orders at once because we only have 15 people, and we are not expecting to get more. But another thing I'm going to have them do in the meantime is... let's see, up here, I'm going to build, actually I'm going to build it like right in here with all the stone around it. I'm going to remove this section of the stone stockpile and build a workshop for mechanics. And this guy is just going to churn out a whole bunch of mechanisms. And that's going to be for traps. I think we still have... No, we don't have a mason shop up, do we? Ah, we do. Good. Okay. These guys are making the statues right now. Have they made one yet? Not yet. He's working on it. I'm curious to see what he makes. That guy's making the other statue now. I queued up 4. Let's see. A large piece of art carved in the likeness of a creature. What does it look like? This is a Gabbro statue of dwarves. The item is an image of dwarves and the veiled swamp, the steel spear in Gabbro. Okay. The dwarves are embracing the spear, veiled swamp. The artwork relates to the making of the veiled swamp into a symbol of the king by the soaked paints, an unknown creature. Okay, somebody made an artifact spear, the symbol of the king of the dwarves of our civilization, and this is a statue commemorating the event. I like it. Let's put that proudly on display. Put that right here in the corner. X. We don't want the cave spider. Is it this one? No, I think it's, I think they're trying to move it right now, so I can't grab it yet. See? Yeah, see how it has TSK at the right side? That means it's been tasked by a dwarf. So you can't queue it up to be built yet until they take it somewhere and put it down, or I could just forbid it. But, I'll wait. He's going to take it upstairs anyway, and that's closer to where I want it. Alright, I'm going to have you build mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. I want you to make 3. I want you to make 3 anytime we have less than 15 mechanisms and at least 3 rocks. So he's going to make a lot of mechanisms. He should come upstairs with the statue soon. There he is. He's going to put it in storage. And now we'll put it where it goes. So X to see details. This one, I think. Yeah. Now he's going to put the statue out, and it's going to adorn our tavern. There we go. What is this other one? So this is a statue of a dwarf. Statue of Sodel single blockades, the dwarf and dwarves in sandstone. Sodel single blockades is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Sallow Hunter Sodel single blockades to the position of outpost liaison of the soaked paints in 80. Interesting. Okay, so that's some historical figure hundreds of years ago who was appointed to the position of outpost liaison. Wonderful. Some historian dwarf is very excited about this, I'm sure. But we'll put that down too. Now, at some point, we could make a library and actually have dwarves writing books. It is pretty cool, isn't it? It's neat how they have all these historical events that they can pull from, and yeah, it's just really interesting. So there's a couple other statues in here. I think these were the ones we queued up before. Yeah, that's a cave spider. It's just a picture of a spider. Good job. And this one is an exceptionally designed image of Thob lashed perplexed, the dwarf, and bolts. I remember this from last time. It was him looking at a really nicely designed bolt. It's like, this is a great crossbow bolt. I like it. You know, at some point I may put that in the barracks. Or in the archery range if I make one. I'm probably not going to put that in the tavern. Let's go back downstairs and see how that's going. He's making... Yep, he's making the mechanisms. Yeah, everything's going pretty well. Everybody's got a room. I've made all these into rooms, right? Yeah, we've got extra rooms. If I made a couple of rooms up here and gave them to the tavern, then people could actually petition to be long-term residents of the fortress, if they felt so inclined. Who's this guy? A human mace man. Can I see his skills? The reason I'm curious His wavy hair is extremely long. He's short and incredibly skinny. He has a very deep voice. Gray eyes are sunken. His nose is slightly upturned. His head is somewhat broad. His hair is gray with flecks of white. His skin is pale chestnut. Okay. The reason I'm curious is a flashing name like that generally means that they have achieved a legendary skill. And he looks like he is a soldier searching for the location of an artifact. But I wonder if he could be enticed to stay here. I mean, we have a dwarf shortage, right? And that's not actually a joke about short dwarves. We really do have a shortage of dwarves, and we don't expect to get more. Although that would have made a great joke, so I kind of wish I had made it a joke, but still. I'm gonna do 3 little rental rooms here. I'll probably make more farther back at some point. But I'm going to see if we can get some of these people to stay here with us at the fortress and assist us. You can't ask them. They have to petition you for it. And I don't really know what causes that to happen. But I do know that the inn has to have some beds available where they will live long term. And they don't really rent out the rooms. They live there and do work, and that's how they pay for their board, I guess. But they eat your food and everything, so it's less hiring people and more, hey, can I move in? There used to be an economy system. It was removed, and rightfully so, because it was not great. Until he can do it in a proper way, he has taken it out. We do have honeybees on the map. Excellent. Look at that. We could actually have some dwarven apiarists. Apiarists? I don't know. Apiaries. I don't know. Dwarven beekeepers. There you go. Don't actually know what the proper word for that is. Apiists? Apiarists? Bee guys. Let's see what other statues they have made. Did say they were completed, so let's see if I want to put a statue over here. We got 2 more statues of dwarves. So the first one, exceptional Gabbro statue of dwarves, an exceptionally designed image of dwarves in Gabbro by Amos de Zolnum. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of match stockades by the boat of shores of the soaked paints in the first year of the world. That is possibly the first city that our civilization ever founded on the first year that the world was created. Cool. And then this one. Well-designed image of dwarves in Gabbro. Dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Portal Saved. Ah, it's a statue of us founding this city. Well, this settlement. Not really a city. Oh, well, let's put that down there, and oops, I thought it was Alt S. No, it's just S. Ah, see. I'll put the other statue right over here. There we go. We got 4 historically accurate statues that describe the history of our civilization. Probably great conversation starters for these people coming in here to talk to us. Now that those rooms are in, we can make them rooms, and then we can assign them to the Chestnut of Bells. And now we don't just have a tavern, we have an inn. Long-term residents can petition to stay here. Exciting. They're taking a while to smooth things just because we just don't have many people. Like by this time, I usually have 40 or 50 dwarves from all the migrants. We've got nothing. This is going to be very difficult. Fortunately, there are population breakpoints for sieges and things that we probably won't cross for a long time. So I'll have time to prepare. One thing I am going to do, though, is build out a little defensive structure outside. Like, this is the entrance to our fortress, and it's very convenient because our little visitors here, who are stopping by for refreshments or whatever, will also act as a sort of unwilling fortress guard, because if a hostile creature comes in that is also hostile to their faction, they will immediately fight. Good for us, right? Now, I believe we have a good supply of blocks from our stonemason. We do. We have quite a few. So I'm going to queue up a couple of things here. Basically, I'm going to make a walkway of death. And if that doesn't sound exciting, well, just wait till you see what I put in it. I don't know if there's a faster way to do this. I guess I could do box select. This is a little easier. I messed up a little bit, hold on. Building in Dwarf Fortress has always been slightly tedious. Yeah, this is a little bit better, because I can just designate like this. I'm just kind of making a controlled access corridor, which they, any invaders will have to go through, and we'll put traps all over the place. Now, that's as far as I'm going to do right now, because that by itself is going to take a long time to build. I'm also going to remove these ramps around the edges, because people could use those to scale the wall. And then above it, on this section here, I'm going to place walls. And then we're eventually going to put a floor on top of this, which will act as a roof. So that once they are in that space, they can't climb out, and they'll be just constantly assailed with traps. At least that's the plan. But he's canceling because he needs sandstone. But that doesn't make any sense. We have plenty of sandstone. But he didn't actually cancel it, because it's still there. So, not sure what that message was about, but I'm going to ignore it and pretend nothing's happening. Like, there it is again. Canceled because he needs sandstone. What is he canceling? Because all the jobs are still there. So, whatever. It's fine. We're going to pretend nothing is going wrong, and we're going to continue working on the fortress. We haven't had any petitioners yet. I'm not sure how long it takes for that to happen. I think we don't. Oh, human bard visiting. That's good. I was gonna say I don't think we have any people currently waiting at the tavern, but someone just arrived. Generally, there are two types of petitioners. That's not true, there are three types, but I'll get into the third in a minute. The main two types are entertainers, who wish to come to your fortress in order to entertain your residents. They will stay for a time in one of your rooms and hang out in your tavern, and they will sing songs, talk to your guests, generally relieve stress and make people happy, and then at some point they will leave. The other kind is adventurers, I guess. they usually show up after you breach the cavern layer, and they basically come and petition for access to the caverns underneath the ground so that they can go down there and hunt and kill monsters and slay bad things. I always say yes, because they just go down there and kill things, or they get killed and then I get all their stuff. Either way, it's fine. Hey, it's spring. It's doing its autosave, give it a minute. Save takes a while. This is the start of the second year of the fortress. We've officially survived 2 years. Well, I guess technically it's the start of the third year because we survived 250, 251, and now it's 252. How many years does a fortress normally last? It really depends. If you don't succumb to like starvation and raids, you can continue playing indefinitely until you get bored. If you do succumb, then it could be months, it could be 15 years, I don't know. It really depends. It's like asking how long a RimWorld game lasts. If you can survive all the attacks, then it lasts as long as you feel like playing. Alright, they're almost done with that. I'm going to go ahead and queue up the roofing slash flooring. And we're going to use blocks, of course, until we have no more blocks. There is no end game to this. I've seen fortresses that have lasted years, hundreds of years. Like, literally. I've seen fortresses that were hundreds of years old. I've seen fortresses that had colonized the underworld, because there is a hell in this game. And there are literal demons down there. And if you dig too greedily and too deeply, you release them. And if you are able to defeat them, you can go down there if you want to. I don't know why you would want to, but you can. I showed you, I think on the first stream, that this map, alright, let's see. It goes up to 22 levels above the surface, right? I'm looking at the counter in the top right corner, by the way. See, it says 22. I'm not sure if that comes across on stream, but trust me, it says 22. Now I'm going down. So this is level 0. This is the last surface level, the lowest level of grass and trees and happiness. And then now we're going to go down. Yeah. We're at negative 181. So there's 181 layers of soil, rock, and metal, and caverns, and demons below us. And we're going down there. Like, I'm gonna build... My plan is to build a fortress in the caverns. I'm not gonna stay here on the surface. It's sorry. That's not what dwarves are meant to do. I've been working all day, I'm a little tired. I apologize. It's what I do now. I work, then I stream, then I sleep. Ooh, Elven Caravan has arrived. I bet they'll like some gold goblets. Now, the elves are interesting because, by and large, they don't have interesting things to trade, except they are renowned and very talented tamers of woodland creatures and beasts. So they'll occasionally show up with like a tame giant scorpion or a tame rhinoceros or things like that. Yeah, they are the ones with wooden trinkets, yes. And we'll see that. So I'm gonna go ahead and queue up, ooh, I don't know, all of our finished good bins. We're gonna go down to mugs, send them our gold goblets right here. That should be plenty. We've got some goods that were made from like the hooves of the animals that we slaughtered and things like that. I think I made some bone crafts at some point. Yeah, this is bothering me, so I'm gonna go ahead and smooth out these too. Just cuz. So they're starting to take all of the crafts out. How are they getting out? Where are they going? Sorry? Oh, they're going in through this hole right here. I wasn't sure where they were getting in from. I'm gonna have to close that off eventually. For now it's fine, but that would circumvent our entire death walk. Alright, we will request the trader. As you can see, the trader is currently listening to music. So if I go over here to our expedition leader right here, he's listening to music. All of these guys are listening to music. Well, some of them are. Who's playing the music? Somebody in here. Ah, there we go. So this guy is playing something called an ishin, or he's not playing it because he doesn't have one. So he's doing the dwarven version of an air guitar. So an ishin is a type of instrument, and he is mimicking having one while this guy is reciting poetry. So I guess it's dwarven beatboxing and somebody's rapping? I don't know. But he should be interrupted and now going to trade. Yep. Yep, there he is. Okay. So yeah, see they have like these wooden instruments, wooden puzzles, wooden things. Like they don't have a lot of things that I need, and they have silly things like, let's see if I can find one. Alright, there's a wooden spear. Okay, wooden bow is normal. A wooden short sword is not. Wooden longsword? Who uses a wooden sword? These are not practice swords, these are legit weapons made of wood. I don't know that that would be useful. I guess wooden armor could be useful. Like, if one was desperate. I will take some of the food that they have. And I should note that there is a, let's see, where's the button? So see the button, or the key down there that says C's marked, the S key. If I wanted to, I could mark a whole bunch of stuff from their caravan and just say, yeah, all this is mine now, you can't have it anymore. It's basically saying, yeah, rob them blind. That will sour relations with their faction, but they won't put up a fight the first time I do it. Now, if you're in a bad way and you really, really need food or something and you have nothing to pay with, you can do that. And you can recover from, you know, one or two of those, but eventually they will stop coming and eventually they will declare war on you. And then they will come riding their various animals and try to stab you with their wooden swords. And if they are able to kill you, they will eat you. Because they are cannibals. I guess it's not cannibalism, though. What's the technical definition of cannibalism? Does it same species? It's not a question I had ever thought about. I'm looking to see if they have any booze. I don't see any. They do have a peacock. We could get one of our dwarves a peacock in a cage for his room. And there's a capybara. Jaguar. There's a jaguar in a cage. No, it is not a tame jaguar. This is literally a wild jaguar in a cage. We could buy it, though. A sparrow, a wren, whatever that is. Anyway, I think I'll take some of their food. Having a food variety is good. I don't really want any of their armor. I mean, some shields might be nice. I guess a wooden shield isn't too bad. In case I do need to fight, I'll take those. I'm not going to have wooden helmets and gauntlets and things. Don't need their chests, don't need their arrows. I've already marked all the food that they have. They didn't bring much. Now, importantly, I could buy some of their musical instruments. So, we haven't looked at an instrument yet, so I'll look at one. This is a grown macadamia wood, mitha. The neck is made from avocado wood, the body is made from macadamia wood, the strings are made from forgotten beast silk. That's interesting. The mitha is a mid-sized, handheld, silk-stringed instrument with a wooden neck connected to a wooden body. The strings are tied from the top of the neck down over the body, and the musician plucks the 10 main strings. 10 other strings vibrate in sympathy and are rarely played themselves. The musician can alter the pitch of a string by stopping it against the neck. Tuning is accomplished by pegs. The instrument has a raucous timbre. The middle register begins at a middle pitch and has a steady, reedy, rough timbre. The high register begins at a mid-high pitch and has a ringing timbre. The top register begins at a very high pitch and has a full, graceful, dark timbre. This is a very strange elven guitar. And this is entirely procedurally generated. If you loaded a new world, you would have new instruments that are completely different. All of these are built procedurally per world. So let's look at a ririli. The ririli is a large handheld silk-stringed instrument with a wooden body. It looks similar. The instrument rests flat as the musician picks the 27 strings with a wooden plectrum. 6 drone strings are occasionally plucked. Tuning is accomplished with adjustable bridges. Tuning is also possible using small levers. The instrument has a nearly 5-octave range going from low pitch to high pitch. Yeah, all the registers and things. It's really fascinating what they come up with in these different instruments. But we could buy some of these, and then the people in the taverns would play songs with them. So I'll grab one of each. Like there's a mitha, there's a kani, a ririli, and an inupi. I'll grab one of each, and a wabi. I gotta see what a wabi is. It's a horn. It's a straight wooden horn. The musician blows into it and selects pitch by pressing valves. Okay. Yeah, we'll buy one of each. And maybe they'll do some music. You can buy toys for the children. They will play with them and be happy. I will actually go ahead and buy a peacock. It's not much. I'm probably not going to buy the jaguar, unless somebody wants me to. Now, what am I going to trade to them? Well, obviously, the gold goblets are enough to buy all of this, but I kind of want to get rid of some of this crap. This horse bone and llama bone jewelry. They'll appreciate that kind of stuff. Sandstone mug, horse bone crown and scepter and amulet, all this stuff. Ooh, a llama bone figure of that guy, Sazir Wealth Slashed. It's a image of Sazir Wealth Slash, the dwarf and dwarves in llama bone. He is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the ascension of him to the position of Baroness of the Soak Paints. So it's an image of the Baron of our civilization. Good job. I'll sell it to the elves so that they remember our superiority. Actually, no. I'm not going to sell that one. I will offer it to them for free as a souvenir for visiting. So all of this stuff is going to go into the trade bucket. Who is this guy? A well-designed image of Mimali Dominavi, the elf, and Akes glitter petals, the sport of pregnancies, the Etten in Lamavone. Akes glitter petals, the sport of pregnancies, is striking. So it's an image of an Etten killing an elf. I'm gonna give it to him for free too. Like, here, you get your commemorative statues. Just for visiting our fortress, thank you so much. What's this one? I gotta see the figurines. Superiorly designed image of Smutsu Wretch Scorpions, the Goblin, and Tungu Buck Seasons, the Special, the Rock. Oh, I remember this rock. We talked about this rock in another statue. In Horsebone. by Metob Tashimligot. I gotta look at him and see if he has a predilection for rocks. Rock is a big bird, in case you don't know. Some people are not well versed in mythology. A rock is just an enormous bird. Tungu Buck Season's the special is striking down Smutsu Ret Scorpions. So it's an image of this gigantic legendary rock killing a goblin. I like it. I'll sell that to him. Whole bunch of other crap. Another image of Sazir Wealthslash, the dwarf, and dwarves. It's him being appointed to the position of diplomat as well. So he's the Baron and the diplomat. Okay. I like the idea of just handing out these historical little figurines about our civilization to everybody that stops by. Like, here you go, learn this or learn our history. Don't believe the rumors that we're all dead, because we exist. All right, so this is a mule hoof figurine of Bebmal Scalywave, the Snarling, the deity of weather, nature, and fortresses, depicted as a female dwarf and a dwarf in mule hoof. The dwarf is prostrating itself before Bebel Scalywave the Snarling. Sounds like a god that you would definitely want to prostrate yourself before. We'll give that one away too. I like the idea. Alright, I'm not sure why this stuff is here, but we're not going to give any of this away. So if you try to trade wooden items to the elves, they're incredibly offended. And that should be enough for a trade, so let's see what happens. Okay, he's happy with the trade. Now we're going to mark these historical figurines rather, and we're going to offer them to him for free. You are too kind, yes. We foisted a whole bunch of, you're still stuck on dwarf beatboxing. Yeah, well, I mean, it could happen. Sorry, I just saw that. We're foisting upon these people all of these historical figurines that they probably do not want. We're going to give them that one too. Sure. Just, examples of our fine craftsmanship here at the fortress. Thank you for visiting. We're gonna stop trading now. Thank you. I mean, they're still at it. Look, this guy. Oh, now they're socializing. He's done reciting his poetry. They're all just talking about how amazing the beatboxing was. I thought they were still going. Now you might notice on the right side here, some of their skills are rusty. Like this guy was a novice Marks dwarf, but he's rusty because he hasn't done any archery. I'm gonna have to get them to practice some of their skills, or they will lose them. So you can see up here we have a lot of mechanisms now. He's been very productive. What are we gonna do down here? Well, we're gonna build some traps, but for that we need weapons. We need lots of weapons. So, what have we been making? We've got copper bars, we've got silver bars, we've got, I know we've got zinc, but you can't make weapons out of zinc. I think the only weaponable things we have are copper and silver. I say weaponable as a weird thing because you have a very specific list of materials you can make weapons out of, right? And it's iron, silver, copper, bronze, steel, bismuth bronze, adamantine. These are all divine metals, and we can't get access to those generally. They have interesting properties, though. If you ever you can find weapons and armor made from them sometimes. They're basically artifacts left over from the creation of the universe. Now, armor has the same list. I think furniture has a much bigger list. So you can make furniture out of, like, platinum. But you can't make a platinum hammer because that's dumb. Actually, it would be really amazing because platinum's really, really dense. But you can only do that if the dwarf happens to have an art or a mood. We haven't gotten any strange moods yet, but we'll see that eventually. That's how you get artifacts. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to forge. We have a lot of copper. We're going to forge some copper, not weapons, trap components. Some copper serrated discs. Yeah. We can have like saw blades come out of the walls and slice up the invaders. Does that sound fun? And we could also have some like silver spiked balls that come down and beat the crap out of them. Kind of like the idea of those. Yeah, that's pretty metal. Ha ha ha. That's you're hilarious. All right, so large serrated copper discs. I'm gonna say we just want some on hand. So I'm gonna say put it in order. If we have less than 5, we'll make 3, as long as we have at least 3 copper bars and 3 refined coal. I'm also going to make silver spiked balls, I think. Because I think the reason I'm using silver is very dense, much denser than copper, and I believe spiked balls are they either do piercing or bashing damage, and anything that does like blunt bashing damage does more damage the more dense it is, but I'm not certain about that. Could also do axe blades. Oops. Let's see. We could do axe blades, enormous corkscrews, which would like come out of the wall and drill into somebody. We can do serrated iron discs. We can do menacing iron spikes that'll come up out of the floor and stab them. Well, obviously it'll be copper. So I'll just do copper serrated discs and copper spikes. I think that'll be good. Oops. Q. Spike. Copper spike. Do the same sort of thing where we say if we have less than 5, I want you to make 3, so long as we have 3 copper and 3 coal. I think they each take 1 copper to make, I'm not certain. We're gonna need a lot of those. You can fit, now imagine this in your head, you can fit into each square, every single square, every one, 10 weapon traps. So I could have 10 serrated discs that come out and saw you up, and then 10 spikes that come out of the ground, and then 10 discs, and then 10 spikes, and then 10 spiked balls that come down and hit you in the head, and every single tile can have 10. Imagine the carnage. We're also going to, I'll do it through the craft door, or through the management interface. We're going to have cage traps. And for that we can use wood. Wood is plentiful. I'm going to do, I don't know, we're going to need a lot of them. I'm going to do 10. So as long as we have less than, yeah, if we have less than 10 cages, we'll do 10. And as long as we have 10 walls, or 10 logs. Whew, talking's difficult today. I apologize. I don't, actually. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, so while they're doing all of that, I'm going to queue up some more digging. Because we're going to diggy down. And no, there have not been any threats of invaders yet. The only thing we've had that's been even remotely hostile was we had a thief. I don't know if I can find the announcement. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Villain Cosplay. I appreciate it. How's it going, man? Thanks for the lurk as well. Hope you enjoy, and if you catch some of the stream, let me know if you have any questions. It looks like the announcement's already fallen off the top, but we had a thief at some point. Yeah, it was a kobold. He tried to steal something. He was caught and he ran away. It's fine. Well, he wasn't even caught. He was seen. As soon as they're seen, they try to run away, and he went off the map. Didn't take anything. Didn't attack anybody. In fact, the only combat we've had has been this king snake, which was punched by the expedition leader. So, and his body is still there, by the way. It's rotted down to a skeleton now. Yeah, no worries. You setting up some new OBS stuff? That's cool. You are free to lurk as long as you like. Just checking out Dwarf Fortress. So what might be interesting too is to set up a little temple for the dwarves to worship at. I don't actually know what gods they follow. Let's see. I think you can find that somewhere. I'm looking at the menu over here. Reports, buildings, civilization, world info. We could just look at one of the guys. Let's look at our expedition leader. Since he's making all the decisions, who does he follow? It doesn't look like he's a worshiper of anything. We can look at his relationships, though. There we go. Ah, I see. You have to have a temple before you can see that? Okay. So I'll just set up a general temple, but it does look like he worships Bebmal Katakurdisis. That's cool. Alright, let's take out a little bitty temple for them to, oops. Ah, there we go. For them to just have some ceremony at and, you know, relieve some stress. They do occasionally have a need to worship. Thank you for that. I didn't realize it was locked behind having a temple. Just gonna make like a little interesting, I don't know, it's not actually that interesting, it's just boxes. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, you were just looking for it too? Well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fortress. I don't know if you were here for the last stream, but we kind of found out our civilization is dead. I didn't do that on purpose, it just was a complete fluke. But our civilization doesn't actually exist on the map anywhere, and we don't get any migrants or anything. We don't have a trade liaison. We do have, like it does exist in some form, because we have a baroness and a queen and a general. But we don't have anything else. Like, we haven't gotten any migrants after the first wave. So that's why we're at the 3rd year and only 15 dwarves. It's going to be a little rough. And that's why I'm mass producing traps, because I don't have the manpower, dwarf power, or whatever, to really mount a defense via dwarves. Normally I don't care about their little lives because I have just so many of them and they're replaceable, but in this playthrough it's going to be a little different because I can only replace them by population growth. And that's slow. Look, the temple's going to have a nice vein of gold going through it. Let's have them build a statue. And we'll have the statue be of... I don't remember that guy's name. Who is the deity that our expedition leader worships again? That's right, it's in relationships. Bebmal Katakurdisis. So we'll do that. Alright, it's already there. Detail, specify image, historical figure, filter. Bebmal Katakurdisis, the Bebmal Scaly Wave the Snarling. Ah, that's the god of fortresses. That's very appropriate. This nameless being is asked... What is that? Why does it say corpse down there? Huh. I'm not sure why it's a... I think that's just a bug. I'm not sure. But anyway. We have commissioned a statue of the god of fortresses for our temple, and we will need to also build some coffers. Not coffins, coffers. Just so we have some extra to place in there. The bard is sharing tails, that's nice. We should have more blocks by now. Well, I would have thought, but apparently not. Are they not building blocks anymore? Probably I have been busy with so many other things they haven't gotten to it yet. Yeah, they're in the queue. I've got 15 people doing the work of, you know, 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 4 dozen. I guess 2 dozen is less than 15. God, I'm smart. It'd be nice if I had triple this number of dwarves. But we'll work with what we have. So I'm realizing that I may want to actually set these to higher condition numbers. So that we have at least 10 of them if we want to fill a tile with weapon traps. I'm still not sure why this keeps coming up. This cancels construct sandstone blocks, need sandstone. Oh, I guess that's kind of self-explanatory. And that's why we don't have blocks, because we don't have any more sandstone. Did I set them to only make sandstone blocks? Ha. I must have done that last stream and forgotten. Can I just set any stone? No. How do I undo that? I'll just remove this and do another order. For any stone blocks. Doesn't have to be sandstone, it's fine. Now I understand why we had no more blocks. The elves are still here. Do you think they enjoyed our commemorative historical figurines and statues? I hope so. We worked very hard on them. The human bard is curious about the chestnut of bells. That's why he's here. You know what? That's fine. Word of our tavern is spreading. Let's see if our statue's done. I'm going to place him right here. Yep. Oop. Okay. So somebody will haul that statue down here and put it into pride of place right in the front of the, well, the back, I guess. Right there to be worshipped. Right at the back of the new temple. There it is, let's check it out. So, this image is, or this item is an image of Bebal Scaly Wave the Snarling, the deity of the weather, nature, and fortresses, depicted as a female dwarf and grabber. Alright, well it's just an image of her. That's okay, because now we can use that. Well, we can set a zone here, I think. Is this how you do temples? You set an area as a meeting area and then assign it to a location. Add location? Yeah, there we go. Temple. And should we dedicate it to a specific deity? I think we just do every deity right now. Later on we can have individual, the Order of Cloaks. Excellent. I like it. Later on we can have individual temples to each deity or something like that, depending on who worships what. So I just saw the message you sent me, and I don't think that's related, but that is kind of annoying. So I'm gonna move that because that goes over the text and you guys can't see it. Hang on. Boop. There we go. Sorry about that. No, the mouse being in a different location is unrelated. It's just a rendering thing as far as I can tell. Like, when I put the mouse here, that's not the edge of my screen. It's near the middle. I think it's just a rendering issue with this game and the way I had to capture it because this game doesn't capture correctly. I don't know, it doesn't capture like most games do. Not that big a deal though. So we do have our temple now. I think we need to assign someone to it. It's only considered a shrine. It has no boxes yet. It has a dance floor. Do you know, Divine Johnny, if I need to assign people to it or if they will just use it whenever they feel like? So I'm gonna throw some containers down. These coffers. Well, I guess we'll find out then, won't we? I'll just not assign anybody for now, and we'll see if they go use it. And if not, I'll try assigning someone. We'll do a little science. Yeah, I know they can demand it. I think we're very far away from that right now. Needs to be temple worth before you can assign a priest. Yeah, right now all I can assign, as you can see here, is an entertainer, right there. Performer, I can assign, but I can't assign a priest. Actually, I think you also need to have the temple dedicated to a deity to assign a priest. This is more of like a, I don't know. This is the shrine you see at an airport where you can just go in and do your worship, but it's not really. It's like multi-denominational, generic temple space. Unspecific to any one faith. Anyway, hopefully they'll enjoy that. I don't know. Some of them do have a need in their personalities to worship deities, so. Watchtone Dad, how you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by. We're doing Dwarf Fortress again. Did I get gifted a sub? What do you mean? Dwarven Unitarian Universalist Temple, yeah. So dwarves that are assigned to a location are generally, like, they will go do labors in that location if there's something to do, but they still go do other things. Oh yeah, you have the diamond by your name because you're a VIP, brother. I made you a VIP. You stop by all the time. I appreciate people who come by all the time. But yeah, if a dwarf is assigned to a location, he will go work there, but he doesn't work there exclusively. He will still go do other labors. Oh, no worries. No worries. Never feel obligated to come here. Only show up if you want to, and if you find it fun and entertaining. Obviously, real life always comes first. We got some more rock blocks. We can finish the roof up here in our death chamber. Ah, dude, thank you, everybody. Thank FC. Thank you for giving out some subs. Oh wow, that's a weird little glitch in the thank you. Thank you for gifting a 1-1 subscription. I wonder what caused that. I'm gonna have to look at the script. That's strange, but I appreciate it. That's very generous. Let's do some construction here. Throw a floor down. I think we have plenty of blocks now, right? I mean, they're not gonna match, but defense comes before aesthetics. An anonymous one too, guys. Thank you so much. Shrimps for everybody. Hey, well now you are a subscriber. And thank you, Divine Johnny, for the follow. You guys are amazing. You're all legends. More shrimp. What's with the shrimp? So this is going to be our main entrance to the fort when we're under siege. The plan, as I said, is not kennels. The plan is to fill this entire walkway with cages and traps and death and just awful things. And we'll have a door somewhere back here that the dwarves can use. It's a secret door. So many shrimp. Oh, you guys are you're enjoying my emote wall, aren't you? The dwarf's secret weapon. It depends on what you mean. Usually the dwarf's secret weapon is magma. So you just shoot lava at things or drown things in lava. What do you mean? Hit their shins. Oh, you mean their secret weakness? Oh, it's their weapon against other people. Yeah, you attack the shin. Especially elves, they're really tall and they got brittle bones, right? They got a lot of shin to kick. That's true. Can't walk without a shin. You know, this is a little anecdote. I've actually had a dwarf in combat get hit by a hammer so hard that it knocked his liver out of his body. Like literally knocked his liver out. Oh, we do have migrants. Oh, that's exciting. Did our civilization come back from the grave? What happened? We went 3 years with no migrants and then suddenly we're getting people. Okay. I'm not gonna complain. I was just wishing for more people, so... But yeah, I had a dwarf with his liver completely ejected from his body, and needless to say, you can't... Looks like a big black log? Big backlog? Oh, yeah. Big backlog of... Sorry, I misread it. Yeah, there's apparently quite a lot, because we've just doubled our fortress population. So we're going to need to get to it on the new rooms. I wanted to dig down into the cavern layer, so I guess I'll go do that now. Let's see, how long is this? That is 13. Just gonna make a stair down here. We've got a lot of new people. Yes, actually, I'm going to stream for, well, maybe not 4 more hours. I was planning to stream until about 10 o'clock my time, which is 3 hours from now. If there's a special reason, I can stay on a little longer. But yeah, I'll be around for a while tonight. We're going to see how far we can take this fortress. So it seems like we have a bunch of new people, a bunch of animals as well. Oh, there's the peacock that we purchased. I need to put that somewhere. Let's see. It's in a cage, right? What's the key for cages? Oh, you need something to keep you up, I see. No worries. If I can help, that's great. What are you staying up for? So I've just told them to put the cage with the peacock into the expedition leader's bedroom. Okay, no worries. Well, I will endeavor to assist you with your insomnia. So now we have a guava wood cage in their bedroom with a stray blue peacock. That's when your parents go to bed. Alright. Well, whatever your reasons, I'm sure we can entertain you for a little while here. Hopefully, anyway. Let's go down, I don't know, -40 or so. Let's see where those caverns are. I want to build down in the caverns. I think that would be interesting. We've got a bunch of spikes. We've struck sphalerite. That's more zinc, right? Sphalerite zinc. That means all morning on your Xbox till your body forces you to sleep. All right, hey, goals, man. That's fine with me. Sounds like a great Saturday. Yeah, this is zinc. Okay, zinc is not super useful right now. I've got a lot of gold though. Look at all this gold. And there's just gold scattered around. I don't have enough room for it. Zinc and brass, yeah. Brass would be nice, but it's mostly ornamental. You can't really make any good equipment out of it. The only ore I have right now that's really useful is copper. So I can make some copper armor. I don't have tin, so I can't really make bronze. Bronze would be really nice. Spectacular. Ah, yeah. Yeah, nobles like that tend to meet with accidents. Just mysterious oh, excuse me. I had a hiccup. Mysterious mining accidents. You know, they're just digging away one day and, man, the whole tunnel collapsed on him. It's all those safety inspections that we skipped. Tetrahedrite's nice. What is this stuff? Marble, nice. Excellent. Marble is great because not only is it a flux stone, but is it is a very valuable stone to decorate with. No, visiting nobles. No. So by nobles he means these guys. So you have your nobles and administrators of your fortress, and you can assign people, dwarves, to each of these positions. Right now we don't have anything fancy. We have an expedition leader, but later, when he becomes like a mayor, he may make a mandate to build 15 wooden splints because he really likes splints or whatever, or make me 5 short swords. If you're unlucky, some of them are very particular, and he could be like, hey, I need you to make me 7, bismuth bronze short swords. And it could be a material you don't have. So he's just being a dick. And if you are unable to fulfill that request, then he will pick somebody, usually one of the metalsmiths, and he will deem them guilty of not following orders, and then they will be handed over to dwarven justice, which means being hit by a hammer. The number of hammer strikes relates to the severity of the offense. So, like, I think murder is something like 10 hammer strikes. You rarely survive that. It depends on the hammer, though. And the hammerer is right there. He's the dwarven justice guy. He's the arbiter of dwarven justice. There, that's a better way to say it. Oh, yeah, they can be removed from their position by mysterious mining accidents. You cannot... So, like, right now, I could replace the expedition leader. I cannot replace a mayor. A mayor is elected by the dwarves. So I cannot just say, nah, I don't like him. New mayor. Whatever. Yeah, removed. Exactly. I can change most of these. Like, I can change the sheriff, you can change the militia commander, you can change the hammer, all that stuff. But the elected ones, generally you can't just forcibly change. Alright, we're going to keep digging down. I mean, that's part of the difficulty of dealing with the dwarves, right? You get somebody unreasonable in power, and he makes unreasonable demands. And you have to find a way to either meet the demand, or remove the source of the demand. I think we're going to need a couple more picks. Exactly. You got it right now. You've got it. I'm going to build 3 more copper picks, and I'm hoping that when we get a little bit deeper into the earth, we'll find some other metals, because there are shallow metals and deep metals on different map tiles. The fact that we have marble here is fantastic. If we can also find iron on the same map, then we can make steel, because marble is a flux stone with which you can make pig iron, with which you can make steel. And steel is very effective. You figured out why you're not getting notifications. Why are you not getting notifications, Digirain? You mean notifications when I go live? We're gonna keep digging. We're gonna dig all the way to -70. Oh, it was going to your tab. Yeah, I opted out of that because Gmail tried to transition me over to the new tabbed inbox system, and I don't really like it. So I changed that. I'm assuming you're talking about Gmail, but yeah, I didn't like it. Oh, we're out of copper. I think we have some more ore to smelt though, right? We have copper nuggets, yeah. Oop. Hey! Alright, we'll take a look at that in a second. I wanna queue up before I forget, because I will. No, don't do it that way. Don't do it that way, TikTok. Copper? No. Smelt. We have copper ore, and we have, what else did we have? Tetrahedrite? Salarite, gold. So I think we've smelted through all of our tetrahedrite, and that's why it stopped producing, but we still have these copper nuggets that we can use. Nope. Smelt native copper. I think that's what it is. We'll just say 2? And no, we don't need that. We just we want, as long as we have at least 2 copper nuggets and 2 coal, we want to continuously smelt those in batches of 2. And I said 2 because I have 2 workshops and I think it'll split them up. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, downstairs, down into the depths we go until we find this very, very colorful location. So this is kind of a lame but interesting looking cavern. We can't see all of it yet. What is that? It's wiggling. What is it? It's an olm. The hell's an olm? I can't look at it. Oh right, you have to do... Oh, because an olm is a vermin, so it doesn't actually show up as a creature. Okay. In Dwarf Fortress, there's a separate characterization of some creatures as vermin, and they both exist and do not exist. So the way vermin are tracked is as an abstract population in a map square. And by square I mean like the region square. Every region square has a population of vermin, and they can be kind of substituted one for another. Like you might get olms, you might get worms, you might get roaches, you know, it doesn't matter. But that depends on the environment that they're in. So it doesn't track individual roaches. That would be ridiculous, even in this game. But it does track the overall population of them. And if your dwarves get hungry enough, they will go searching for vermin to eat when they get to starvation mode. So I kind of want to dig straight through this cavern. I don't like this cavern. It's a bad cavern. I like some of the deeper ones. And we want to go deep. We want to... Ooh, all kinds of stuff is happening. Inappropriate dig square. Yes, that's empty space. Don't dig there. We're running through light yellow diamonds, serpentine, almandine, smoky quartz, chromite, moss opal. Look at all this stuff. Must go deeper. We want to go down. Down to the heart of the world. That's where we will build our fortress. Now, eventually I want to probably wall this off so that things from the cavern don't enter my fortress. But right now we're saving the game because I think it's going into summer. Right now I have it on seasonal autosaves, and that's out of an abundance of caution because last time I tried to stream this, it was incredibly unstable and crashed a lot. And that made me sad because I lost like, I don't know, 2 hours worth of streaming. No, currently enemies cannot dig through the ground. That is a planned feature, and it's terrifying, but currently they cannot. Ah, we've discovered the caverns again. Ooh, there's nice underground oceans. So these sevens are actually water. There's a nice water source for us. Yeah, it does. It looks crazy, doesn't it? Look at these, oops, look at these trees too. So, okay. This is a goblin, trees, I say. This is a tunnel tube. These are fungus. These are types of fungus. Fungawood. That's like a fungus that looks like a tree. Goblin cap. Yep. Goblin cap. Well, yeah, because the cap of the mushroom is the top, right? So this is a goblin cap. This is the goblin cap stalk or trunk, and this is the goblin cap. That's a black cap. It's not actually black though. Tunnel tubes, they go all different directions. These are just various forms of cavern fungi. Spore trees. So there are sometimes you'll find woods down here that have interesting properties too. There's one type of wood, I can't remember what it's called, but it stays at a cold temperature at all times, and you can actually use that for interesting things. You know, science. Alright, let's see, where did our intrepid miners break through into the second cavern? Okay, right there. So it looks like they're okay to keep going down. I'm just gonna make a shaft to the heart of the world from the top. Still have PTSD from giant cave spiders. Yeah, they can be awful. Dig an appropriate square. Yeah, don't dig through solid, or don't dig through open air. That's fine. Obviously. Straight down to the circus. Yes. No spoilers. Wait, whoa. Where are you going? What are you doing? Store item and stockpile. What item? Hold on. There's a whole bunch of dead bodies over here. A mangled crundle. Black cap, spear and shield. A serpent woman. Skeleton. Okay. Alright, well at least they're all long dead. And he's going to retrieve all these skeletons. Well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, there's blood everywhere, and this purple crap is miasma from the rotting. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know what killed them all, because there's nothing else alive over here. Like, there's nothing here. What are those? Hold on. There's a giant bat skeleton in the tree with a pool of vomit and some blind cave ogre blood. Then there's the blind cave ogre. What happened down here? This is insane. Who's that? That's the Jabberer. And if you're curious what any of these are, well, the Crundle has so much blood on him. Look at, it's like 3 pages of blood spatters. Yeah, it does. It seems like... I wish you could get a description of them. You can't get a description of the dead creatures. Yeah, you could. Like, a lot of this game is like that, too. It's very interesting. You'll come across scenes like this, and you're just like, what the hell happened here? There's a blow dart, and another blow dart. A giant bat's first toe on his left paw. I don't know how you identify that at a glance, but I guess dwarves are just amazing. And then a troglodyte skeleton is here. Anything else? Oh, no, there's even more up here. Is this a text-based game? Yes, it is. Well, it is an ASCII-based game, which I suppose is a form of text. And then I am using a tile set that replaces all of the text with images. So that I just do for people's visual understanding, because it's a little difficult to parse the original ASCII if you're not used to it. Sort of like the Matrix. Serpent men, yes. Serpent men, animal men generally are sentient beings. They form tribes and they go out hunting and they have their own little civilization. See what else we can find over here. There's a bunch of more crundles. So it looks like these crundles, I don't know if they were helping the cave ogre or not. There's troglodyte blood. I don't see any more troglodyte bodies. There's a spore tree blow dart. Yeah, it's like the Matrix, right? I don't see the code anymore. More shrimps. Oh, we got different shrimp this time. What's with the shrimp, man? Oh, there's some cave toads, also dead. This is a much more interesting cavern than the last one we were in. Hey, hey. Oh, there's Serpent Woman right there. Okay, so there are living creatures up here now. And they are armed, and they are just covered with blood. Just covered with, caked in it. Head to toe. Multiple layers. This one's on 5 pages of blood, 6 pages of blood, 7 pages of blood, 8 pages of blood, 9 pages of different types of blood spattered all over this serpent woman. We should probably not go over there. So... I'm just gonna forbid... Not that. DB? Yeah. We're gonna forbid all of this. So all these items... Oh, good question, good question. Good call. It says they are very definitely hostile. So we don't want to go anywhere near these serpent people. I'm very surprised that they haven't moved to attack me. So we're going to just mark all of that as forbidden. Go down a layer, mark all of this as forbidden. Why does this look like a Fall Guys crown? I don't know, I've never played Fall Guy. Yeah, that's a fair point. The game did start with a king snake trying to kill my dwarves. So, it's all conspiracy, guys. The snakes were after us the whole time. Alright, so I've forbidden all of that. Our dwarves should not run out and try to pick those things up anymore. Shouldn't. I mean, you never know. Where was our stairway? There it is. I'm gonna go ahead and build some walls. No, where are you going? Where are you going? Don't go that way. What are you doing there? What are you... You're cleaning? He's cleaning the blood off of the ground? Don't clean the cavern? Look at him, he's cleaning up. He's like, it's so dirty down here. I wonder if he is. Hold on, I'm gonna see if he's actually... He's like, it's far too dirty. There's blood everywhere. This is awful. Let's see. He's unfocused after being uncreative. He's practiced a skill. I don't see anything about him being like... super neat freak or clean or fastidious or anything. I don't know. He's decided to mop the floor in the cavern. And I can't stop him. Like, I can't change his mind. You don't get specific controls over these dwarves. The only thing I could do is put him in the military and then move him somewhere by order. But he's the only one doing it too. This guy is trying to get something. What are you going after? I thought I forbid everything. Oh god, don't go up there. Oh, what? He just... Okay. He walked right by the spear woman. Or the snake woman. The snake spear woman. And they're just ignoring us. I guess I missed a couple of items? But it seems like I don't have to forbid everything, so I'll just reclaim it all. I mean, there's cool stuff in here. We could use some, you know, blind cave ogre bone. Yeah, I could make a... It's a little more difficult to do in this game than it is like in RimWorld, but I could. You kind of do it the other way. Like, you make a burrow, and then you assign the dwarves to the burrow, and they can't go outside of it. Like, I can't say, don't go here. I can say, you can only go here. Unless somebody else knows a way to do it that I don't, because I don't know an easy way to just define an area. You can set up traffic. That's true to a point. Like, so if I did something like, and I'll show you why I say to a point. What is it? DB? No, it's not B. It's O. Traffic areas. If I set this as a restricted area, right? They'll still go through this area. The only thing that does is it makes those tiles cost more for the pathfinding algorithm. They'll still path through it if that's the only way to go. So watch. Like, I've just made it all restricted. They're still happily going through it. Restricted does not mean you can't go. It just means that, well, it says there on the right, a high traffic area only costs 1. A normal is 2. A restricted is 25. Yeah, exactly. So technically, yes, but if their only job right now is hauling, and all they can get to haul is that body, then that's where they're going to go. And I'm not sure I care right now, because those things, while hostile, have not actually reacted to us at all. They don't seem to care that we're looting all of the bodies that they hunted. I mean, it's not like there are any meat on the bodies or anything. So these dwarves have broken into the caverns where they live and are stealing the skeletons of all of their bodies. And did I just see a sheep? I think. Is that a sheep? Oh, it's a goat. We have a pet goat coming with us. You got cake. Oh, now I'm jealous. All right. Well, anyway, now that all of that has happened, I'm going to go ahead and build a wall out of blocks. We're not savages. That's not cake, that's shrimp. Oop, not there. Wall here. No. Why isn't it doing that? Oh, I'm not on the ground floor. I see. A little confusing sometimes. It's okay. So I'm building basically a wall around this so I could put a door here. Well, I can't put it yet until they put the wall up. An extremely dry cake. Okay, I'm less jealous. But yeah, if those serpent men... Okay, that's not a cake, that's just sugar. That's the opposite of cake. You know what you can do, though? Just show you something that I have. We'll see if it works. You can do this. There you go. Feel free to spam that, I don't care. You got a cookie. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I misread that, and I was a little bit worried because I thought that said giant cave spider. But it says giant cave swallow. So it does appear that a very confused bird has flown up our stairwell from the cave and is now fluttering about the fortress. And by the blue exclamation point on, he is overcome with terror. This poor bird has made its way all the way up. Alright, well, he's just going to cause a little bit of havoc and cause people to stop doing some jobs when he scares them. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I need to start sealing these caverns off before anything else awful comes up. So I'm going to start here. We're just going to build a wall. Oh, we can't build that because we need to build first stairway to stand on. You know your defenses are bad when a bird randomly enters your base. Well, right now our defenses are non-existent. We just have a stairwell. I'm going to fix that. I'm actually working on it. We'll build that out of blocks and I'll wait on the next bit. We'll do the same thing here. Okay. Slate blocks, and here we can build the walls. We're just going to seal that right off. They're actually going to be dumb if I do that. So if you do a line like this, he's probably going to come out into the cavern, run around here, and then come over here to build this, and then be stuck in the cavern, having walled himself in. So I'm going to do that one first, while they still have an exit, and then do these two afterwards. Because they're dwarves, and they're idiots. Alright, next cavern we need to start building. Cool, more copper discs have been finished. I've queued up so many copper discs. We're gonna have a great time with the sieges, I'm sure. And by that, I mean we're probably gonna get our butt kicked. What was the final number, by the way, for our migrants? Yeah, we ended up at 34. That's not bad. Animals? A lot of pets. So all of these animals that have owners are basically useless to us. They don't get in the way generally, and if they're like a sheep, they will still produce wool. If you have a farming area or a farming workshop set up to shear them, but they're essentially useless. I cannot slaughter them for meat. I can't really use them for anything. I can throw them in a pasture and let them sit there, but you can't kill somebody's pet for food in Dwarf Fortress unless it accidentally gets caught by a some kind of terrible mining mishap. Yeah, you could dump them in a magma pit. That would make the owner very sad, but you could do it. Yeah, removed, exactly. Oh, a human caravan has arrived. Okay, that's wonderful. Kind of annoying when I'm doing something. One thing I had posited before was the addition of a how to put this, a sort of watertight chamber built around the trade depot, so that when certain pointy-eared traders come by, we could pump water into said chamber. And then wait a little while, and then pump water out of the chamber. And then have a lot of free stuff. That is a thing you can do. Not a nice thing. But, I mean, in what fantasy world are dwarves nice? So the way that works is very interesting. Alright, so the game doesn't track whether people die on your map, generally. What it does track is profit and loss. It's a very strange system. So, like, when a trader comes onto your map, it knows how much value was in that trader as a party of travelers. And then when the trader leaves the map, it calculates how much value has risen or fallen. If you steal from them by seizing their goods, then that value goes down. And if you trade with them, obviously, generally they make a profit and the value goes up. Value going up makes their civilization happy with you. Value going down makes them angry. If the value calculation falls too far, they become hostile and they stop trading with you. And they eventually send soldiers to deal with you. So it's like, it can happen even if it's not your fault. So if a party of traders come onto your map and then get slaughtered by a cave ogre, that's still your fault and will count against you. If that happens several times and you reach that threshold where they become hostile, they don't care that it was the cave ogre's fault. They'll still come after you. That's why I say it's a strange system. That's true. See, I get around the whole them complaining about tree felling because I know how it works, and they only complain about logs in stockpiles. No, after a certain number of seasons, if they don't leave your map, it's calculated at 0. So if they're just never heard from again after a little while, then it gets a 0, and then yeah, it's added to the total value calculation. So you can actually game it a little bit. You can give them a bunch of expensive stuff on one season and then just slaughter the next 3 caravans, and they don't care. Like, whatever. He gave us a bunch of gold goblets that first season. Keep sending people. Anyway. I imagine the Elven King drinking out of his fine dwarven goblet like, yeah, well, I mean, we got more elves. Goblin ankled. Yep. You can make things... it's difficult to do, but you can make things out of sentient creatures' bones. Alright, so for this level, I'm gonna have to wait till the lower one's done, but I can go ahead and queue this wall. Building is interesting in Dwarf Fortress. I wish he would improve the logic a little bit. Because, look, on this level, if I wanted to build this wall right here, they need something to stand on. So I would have to build a floor here, or wait till the wall below it gets built. Because they can't, like, stand on the stairway and build diagonally. Even though, if there was a floor here, they could build diagonally. There's a lot of nuance to the system that you have to just kind of know. It doesn't really explain anything to you. Like, it'll let you... It would happily let me queue this up, and then they would just never do it. Right? Like, it would just sit there forever, not getting done. Walling in the ground level covers most issues. I know. But we already had a bird come up, and there are things in the caverns that can fly that are not birds, that are much deadlier. So, I'm building the whole wall. We already had one bird breach the defenses, as he said. So let's go unpause first of all, so they can continue doing things. Go check out the second cavern. So they're still working on this. I'm going to build the up-down stairs here. And we'll put the door in. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I could do that. Part of the reason I'm going down to the magma layer is for free fuel, basically. And by that I mean you can smelt metals and make glass with magma, rather than using coal and things. Alright, I'm gonna go back up to level 2 here. Well, level 2. It's actually, what, -18? Yeah. So this is 0 level. I know I'm jumping around, I'm sorry. It's probably disorienting. Oh, this guy's telling a story. What are you telling? View activity. In the early autumn of 250, the dwarf Amos Olgod became the militia commander of the disemboweled city. Oh, that was a great story. Good job. He's telling it to the bard. It's a cool story, bro. The bard's probably like, okay. Did anything happen? No? Yeah, I'll write that one down. Oh yeah, lava engineering is always fun. We'll get there. Trust me, we'll get there very soon. Once I seal up these caverns, I'm going to go further down. I just wanted to pause here and seal these up so that I have access to them if I need them. What was that? What just happened? A human spearman is fighting a honey badger. What? Why? Oh, I guess the honey badger attacked him on the surface. Okay. Well, let's see what happened. That's good. All right. So the honey badger didn't even attack him. One of the archers shot a crossbow at the honey badger, which then attacked the lasher. And the lasher, by the way, is a whip-wielding soldier, basically. The lasher charged at him rather than use his weapon. Well, no, he lashed him first, bruising the muscle, then charged at him, collided with him, knocked him over. How big is this badger? It's a normal badger. How do you charge and knock over a badger? Did you kick him? Then he lashed him again in the front paw, rude. Stabbed him. The human spearman stabbed him, tearing apart his left kidney. Silver spears lodged in the wound. This poor badger. The lasher lashed him again. He chipped the bone. The human spearman is pulling on his embedded spear. Finally gets it back out of the badger. Stabs him again, tearing the muscle, tearing apart the lung. An artery has opened. Honey badger's having some trouble breathing. Yeah, I can imagine. Silver spear is lodged in the wound again. Pulls on the embedded spear, regains it, stabs him again, severing the rear leg. They're just beating the shit out of this badger. I shouldn't laugh, that's awful. Okay, I guess after this the badger died from blood loss and not having a kidney and a leg. Because there he is. There's his mutilated corpse. This honey badger didn't care, but man, he sure paid for it. Alright, let's go ahead and trade with these dudes. We have lots of golden goblets. We also have a couple of not so golden goblets. I think that's all. I'm just going to trade away some of the goblets. But we do have, look, we have a stockpile full of bones. Skeletons. All these are going to be useful later. So eventually, the skeletons of sentient beings will decay down to a point where they fall apart and you can use the bones, I believe. But these crundles we can use immediately. So I'm going to start them making crafts out of them. Actually, I'll do it the smart way. Don't. Okay. I try not to queue things up directly in the work. Hey, how's it going, man? We're doing Dwarf Fortress today. How you been? Oh, no worries. Yep, see you when you get back. So we're going to queue up bone crafts. I'm going to say, I don't know, we do 3 of them. And we do it if we have at least 3 bones that they can use. We also will do totems. Totems are prepared skulls. So if you have the skull of a creature, you can prepare it into a decorative totem, and then you can sell those or use them or whatever. I mean, use them. I guess you would display them on a display stand. Not sure what you would use them for. You don't get a lot of these because every creature only has one skull and they have several bones. So I'm just going to do that and say if we have at least one totemable body part, we make it into a totem. I don't know who would buy a Crundle skull. Has anybody worshipped in the temple? What are you doing? You're praying. Hey, we got somebody worshiping. Does that make you happy? He was annoyed after sleeping on the floor. Yeah, she. Content after eating. Okay. I could do without all of those creatures and that tangled greenery. She's really annoyed at being outside and seeing nature. It's gross. All right. We need beds. We need rooms. We need to find our final destination for our fortress, which is deeper. But along the way, we got to make sure we're secure. Okay. It's just attacking a troll. Is that anywhere near us? Not really. We're walling that off very quickly. Hey, welcome back. There's a cave crocodile attacking a troll somewhere nearby. We're not gonna go over there. It's right over here. Maybe he's done? He's tired. Where's the troll? I don't see the troll anywhere. So use the unit screen. Serpent women. Troll. Oh my god, he's coming up the stairs. Okay. This is why I was trying to quickly get walls. It doesn't say he's hostile, but it does say he's a wild animal. Okay. Just making sure none of these other things are coming up the stairs. These things are fine. We're gonna have to deal with a troll. What is a giant thrips? Hold on. It's a four-legged flying thing? It's, yeah, the game originally is in ASCII, but I'm using a sort of tile set to make it look a little bit more palatable. Yeah, I guess that's just a big four-legged flying thing. Alright, well, whatever. Let's deal with the immediate problem, which is that we have a troll coming up from the dungeon. So, we need a militia. Does anybody have any combat skill at all? Any tiny bit of combat skill? Not a oh wait. It's saying not wrestler because they've not been given a uniform. Okay. Let's just give them the leather armor uniform. Oops. Didn't mean to escape out of that. That's true. He clearly doesn't mind the sight of blood. Sorry, I wasn't really ready to do this now. Alright, I'm going to disband this squad. I'm going to create a new squad. Leather armor uniform. That should... Yeah, there, okay. It said his armor and his individual choice melee weapon. That is what I wanted. So now, do any of you have any skills? Oh. So novice fighter, novice swords dwarf. We don't have any swords, but he has some fighting skill at least. And then I guess the rest of you are just going to go in random? Okay. So we got everybody is in the squad. Wait, I probably don't want the gem cutter. Hold on. Yeah, let's put the presser in. I don't care about pressers. Who else is sacrificial? I mean, let's see, a wax worker, a soap maker. Yeah, we don't need you. I mean, we've chosen you to fight the monster because we love you and we think you're very valuable. So fight the monster. We need our mason to build your coffin. Wood burner as a skill? No. Alright. We've got a squad. It's not the best squad. They don't have anything in the way of weapons really, because we haven't made much. Because they can't really wield large serrated discs. We do have a silver warhammer because I was planning on using that for whoever our actual militia leader is, but I don't know, somebody will grab that. Now, we're going to set them on alert. Wait, no, that's the... Yeah, there we go. Interesting. I thought this was... So that's the civilian alert. Ah, shift enter to set them to alert. No, that's not working. Enter to set them to alert? I guess they are alert. Sorry, it's been a little while since I've messed with the militia system and the military system, and it's a little bit weird, complicated. I think that they are now on alert. We have the Shanks of Creating, great name. And we're gonna have them gather right here. Tell them to move right there. Now everyone else, we're going to say get out of the dungeon. So we're going to make a burrow. As soon as I remember how to make a burrow. So designation. Ah, it's the W key. Okay, let's define the burrow. We're going to say everyone else, all the civilians, oops, they all come up here. And hang out in the tavern area. Add citizens to burrow. I think there's a way to set this as like the civilian alert burrow. I just don't remember how. Ah, there we go. Restrict civs to burrow. So we've put them into alert and we've restricted them to burrow 1. So all of the civilians should run up here and get away from the troll, while all of the military dwarves should run all the way downstairs and station themselves right here. Now let's see if that works. I don't know. They probably won't have time to... They don't seem to be running to the burrow at all. But this one has also been interrupted by a troll. So, where's the troll now? He's still downstairs. He hasn't come up yet, and he appears to be terrified. He's got troll blood on himself, and his upper body has been wounded. I don't know how that happened, probably when he was fighting the cave crocodile. But see, I would have thought that setting this as the civilian alert burrow would have sent everybody over to it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this alert system. Oh, I see. I understand now. So basically I'm setting the alert status because I can add new alerts. So when we're in active alert, they go to the burrow. When we're inactive, they don't. Okay, so now they should all run upstairs. There we go. See, everybody's canceling because forbidden area. Good. So now we'll go down here and we should see, yeah, everybody's piling upstairs. Except for the soldiers. What are they doing? They're hanging out in the tavern. Why? I think I just need to give them another order. So you move here. Yeah, they're stationing. So I'm going to actually go ahead and give them a kill order on the troll. Now, I don't know if they've had time to get weapons. Oh, he's about to come up the stairs. Let's follow the troll. Oh, he's running away. They're after him. They're pounding the crap out of him, and he's dead. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. This guy, now that he's not in the military, or now that he's not actively militarizing, he's terrified and tired. Let's look at his... Yeah, he is afraid after experiencing trauma. Death is all around us, the horror. He is horrified after seeing a troll die. He feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict. So he's traumatized. This poor dwarf. Now, was anybody wounded? It looks like not. I'm gonna look at the combat log in a second to see exactly what happened. I'm just curious if I need to rush anyone into a hospital, which I don't have. Alright, let's see what happened here. So, starting here, recruits are attacking. The wrestler is hacking at the troll with a copper battle axe, so they did have time to get weapons. And this opening strike hit the troll's heart. Damn. Then he punched him. The troll is stunned. Yeah, I bet. I mean, it was already terrified and running away from them. Then he hacked him in the heart and punched him twice. He's hacking him again. Man, this guy, I need to figure out who this was. I'm gonna make him the axe dwarf. Artery has been opened from hacking him in the head with the battle axe. So he hacked him in the head, opened an artery, torn a tendon on the skull, bent the neck, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat, punched him in the head again. Each of those punches is twisting the neck and tearing the skin apart. This is gruesome. This poor troll. I kind of feel bad for it now. And this goes on for another 3 pages. They're just punching and hacking this troll. Look at this. It never even got an attack off. Not one time. Within the first second of the attack, it fell over out of pain. And then for the next 3 pages, they gathered around it and started kicking it and punching it and hacking it. Excellent. Well done, militia. I'm going to leave them assigned because they actually did a fantastic job. I don't know who that was with the axe, but let's see. This guy got the warhammer. Who had the axe? You. Edom Brassmith. Good job, Edom Brassmith. In fact... no. Alright. So... Crisis has been averted. We can take them out of alert status. That is a quick and dirty tutorial on how to alert your civilians. In case anybody wasn't paying attention, you go to the military, you go to alerts, for A for alerts, change them to active training status, and then make the burrow that you want them all to run to active, and there you go. So anytime I change them over to active training, not only does the Shanks of Creating go active, but the burrow will become active and all the civilians will flee there. I keep hitting escape, sorry. I've been playing other games where escape gets you out of menus and stuff, so I hit it by default. Okay, crisis has been averted. We continue delving. So they're still waiting to build this. And I think it got suspended because I stuffed them all into a burrow. This is fine. We can go ahead and build these walls. I mean, as pointed out, it's not the most important thing to do, but I still like to have these covered if possible. And I do like the idea of eventually making those glass, so I will probably do that. Alright. Does anybody want a crash course in quantum stockpiling? Because it's a great quirk of how Dwarf Fortress storage works, and it's totally an exploit. And I do it every time because storage is really, really dumb. So I've been looking at this, I will definitely put your name on there. I've been looking at this ore storage, and I really don't like it, because you can only store one block of ore per tile. So I'm gonna destroy this entire stockpile. What we are going to do now is queue up. Where's the carpenter shop? Yeah, you. I'm gonna make. Nope. Bad habit. I'm gonna make it with a job manager. Minecart. Let's make 4 wooden minecarts. Sure, why not? I need them to finish that, and then I can, or at least one of them, then I can show you how quantum stockpiling works. You suspended a wall. Why? Because you can't reach it. Well, of course you can't reach it yet. I put it there for later. Alright, let's build this wall. That was actually the one that I put down as an example of them not being able to do it, so there you go. Good example. Oh, okay, yeah, they can still get in. I thought I was walling them out. It looked like there was a cat running around the cavern. So I'm just watching this, because as soon as they build that wall, there we go, I'm going to build the wall above it. Actually, no, I'm going to unsuspend this one first. Let them build that wall. Building in Dwarf Fortress is kind of a chore sometimes. Whoa! Hello, troglodyte. Okay. Okay. Some things came up from the caverns. We're trying to avoid this, but it keeps happening. That's why we're building the walls. So, we go alert status, yes. Alert status, yes. There we go. That's how we say it. And then we order a kill on the troglodyte. Everybody else runs away. And the shanks come and shanking. Look at that. Immediate. Who did it? Who done it? Troglodyte. Alright, so this is him beating up on the mason and the woodcutter. It does look like they got some damage, so I'm gonna have to look at putting out a hospital. Because he scratched him in the toe, punched him a couple times. There's some wounds. I don't know how bad, but there are some wounds. Now, it looks like the woodworker got in a good strike with the silver battle axe and severed a sensory nerve, making the troglodyte fall over. Let's see. When does my... There we go. So the militia shows up at about this point. Scratched toe. Ooh, yeah. But there are infections in this game, so if it doesn't get cleaned, it could become infected and kill the dwarf. It's a thing. It's not likely, but it could happen. So at this point, the militia shows up and starts pounding on them too. It looks like they're just punching this troglodyte. They got a couple punches back. Oh, there's a hack with a silver battle axe. The woodworker never left when I told all the civilians to leave. This miner is also punching him. And then there's just pages of the recruit punching him in the head. Over and over and over and over. I love these fights because they usually devolve to this. Once one of the parties goes down in a fight, they just start punching them in the head, in the neck, constantly. Oh, and then the wrestler shows up with a copper battle axe and starts hacking away. That one's called a wrestler because his highest skill is wrestling. Doesn't mean he's actually wrestling. Wrestling is just the art of fighting without a weapon in this game. So, troglodyte's dead. We will go to alert status no. And we need to set up a ad hoc hospital. What's a good space for that? I guess I'll just put it out here for now. I can also let the dwarves sleep on these beds after the wounds are tended. Probably don't need these many for the hospital, but like I said, dwarves don't want to sleep on the floor. What's going on? Okay, yeah, you should all be back to normal though. I think that was just leftover spam from job cancellation when I told them all to go to the burrow. They're gonna put those beds out. I'll designate a hospital area in a second, and then I'll designate a chief medical dwarf. Hopefully we have someone with some degree of medical skill, but you never know. Medical skill is not actually required for a dwarven doctor. How terrifying is that? Alright, who's going to be our doctor? Chief medical dwarf. Ooh, we have a diagnoser. So he doesn't have any relevant medical expertise, per se, but he can definitely tell what's wrong with someone. And nobody else has any medical training at all, so he's it. Vulkar Azul Keskal. God, saying those names. I'm not sure why I try. Okay. Hospital area, go. I'm gonna need to put down a couple of storage areas too. So we're gonna go containers, and we're gonna place coffers along this wall. There we go. Ah, keep hitting that. Just ingrained muscle memory. So we're designated as a hospital. They'll start bringing things here if we have them, like thread for sewing people up, splints, crutches, etc. You see them. They can actually make casts if I have gypsum. I do need buckets. Let's make 3 buckets. I know I was about to show you quantum stockpiling. I still am. I haven't forgotten. I just want to get... I know there's a troll dead in the middle of the hospital as well. It seems somebody's already cleaned the blood up. I bet it's that one guy. See, we already have one person. Oof. His hip and his toe are pretty wounded. He's unconscious. He feels restless after being able to rest and recuperate. Okay. So he's just laid down, and he now feels restless. He's uneasy for seeing a dead body, relieved after being rescued, because the militia came to his rescue after the troglodyte attacked him. Then he's talking about seats and things. That's wonderful. But I think he's going to be alright. So now what we need is... So he may do it automatically. Let's see. Where's our chief medical dwarf? He's storing things in the hospital. Perfect. Have they put anything in these yet? Not yet. Getting there. Some more beds are going in. Anything in here yet? Oh, there's some thread. So, medical dwarf. I may actually have to make sure his labors are set. Yeah, see, his labors are not. And I have a plugin handling labors right now, and I think it's not setting anyone to do medical stuff. So give me a second. Let me look. No, we definitely have people set to it. Okay. It is working. No, I thought about using Dwarf Therapist, but, oh, I forgot to trade with these guys. After all the excitement, I forgot to trade with them. No, I thought about using it, but I thought that on stream, trying to show Dwarf Therapist and Dwarf Fortress at the same time, or juggling between them, would be annoying. So right now I'm using a DFhack plugin called Auto Labor. And essentially what it does is It sets a certain number of dwarves to jobs, depending on how many jobs there are to do of that type. And it'll keep some people back for hauling at all times, and it dynamically changes labors based on how much work there is to do. Yeah, it's really, like, if I'm playing on my own and not trying to show off a game to people who've never seen it before, or maybe have seen it before but just want to, ride along and watch, um, I would definitely use Dwarf Fortress. But if I'm on stream trying to, show everybody what's going on, I don't want to be switching to a spreadsheet looking thing and then switching back to this, and every time I want to change a labor I gotta switch around. Or doing something off screen that you guys can't see, and I'm just like, yes, labors. Doesn't sound very interesting to watch. Therapist is fantastic, especially its optimizer. But the plugin is built into DF Hack, so if you get like the Lazy Noob pack, what's it called? It's called the Lazy Noob pack on here. I can drop a link in. Yeah, the Dwarf Fortress or the Dwarf Therapist optimizer. So I can go over it another time, but basically you can make an optimization plan and tell it how many jobs per dwarf you want it to set and what percentage of each job. Like, you can give weights. Like, if you don't really care about fishing, you can give it a low weight, while if you really want more miners, you can give it a high weight, and it'll just kind of do your labors for you when you click optimize. It's very useful. I mean, I could show it off at some point. I don't want to right now because I don't have an optimization plan built or anything. But if you open up Dwarf Therapist and look at the top, there's an optimizer pull down, and you can make a new optimization plan. You can make it for different stages of fortresses, different focuses. Like, if you really want to focus on getting a lot of crafts out, you could set an optimization plan with, a really high weight on crafting jobs and a low weight on other things, and click that, and then when you're done, click back onto your normal optimization plan, and it'll change all the labors for you. Yeah, another time. I may make a video on it or something. It's a pretty cool feature. It makes managing and switching focuses really easy. You can actually, in the plugin that I'm using, Auto Labor, you can dig down as well, and you can say, like, I only want 2, or between 2 and 10 miners, right? So keep between 2 and 10 miners available at all times. And you can say, well, I want at least 5 growers, and I want you to pick 5 growers from the best, like 100 growers in the fortress, or whatever. You can do all sorts of selection bias in the plugin too. It's really neat. So I just want to go through these guys' stuff real quick to see if there's anything we care about. There's some platinum bars. I haven't seen platinum on our map, so I might pick those up. Don't care about pewter. Ropes are nice. I need a couple of ropes. I don't have an easy access to them right now. I could go and spin some of my pigtail cloth or pigtail thread into cloth and things like that, but I could just buy these guys ropes too. There's a couple cages here. I'm gonna have plenty of cages. There's a cat and a horse and a turkey and a drake. No, wait, a drake is a male duck, isn't it? I'm thinking like big lizard drake, but I think a drake is a male duck. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's another name for a male duck. Just like a hen and a rooster are chickens. I was thinking they had like a dragon in a cage here. Don't really want any of your weapons per se, but I may pick them up anyway just because we're gonna have a hard... Okay, yeah, thank you. We're gonna have a hard time making weapons ourselves right now, so I'll pick up a couple of random... Picks can always be used as weapons too. Spear, Morningstar, Warhammer. They're gonna use some inferior human weapons, but needs must. Yeah, when I see Drake, especially in like a medieval fantasy game, I automatically assume, oh, it's some kind of dragon. But yeah, or a big lizard, you know. I'm gonna pick up some leather. I'm gonna buy like 2 whole bins of leather, maybe 3. They're pretty cheap, and I can make armor out of leather. And then I don't know, maybe some food. I haven't looked at our food lately. Prepared rhinoceros intestine. Mmm, yummy. Marlin brains. Yeah, there, there's a there's a there's a drake. It's terrifying the countryside. We need you guys to go out there and slay it. And they get out there. It's just it's just a duck. Quack. But hey, he's a dwarf and he was given a job, so he smashes it with a warhammer. I don't know. I guess I'll get some of this cheap food. Emu intestine. Basking shark intestine. Like, who takes the time to remove and prepare the intestine of a shark? I guess somebody would do it. Punches its liver out, yep. That's a thing. Musk melons. Passion fruits. White yams. Bloated tubers. We get some fiber in their diet. Some of these can be brewed as well, so they'll have a little bit of, you know, variety in the spirits that we consume. I think that's probably good. Let's trade them, I don't know, 2 goblets. There you go. All of that stuff we want. Oh, no, he wants more than 2 goblets. He wants 4 goblets. You know what? I was going to offer you these for free after the trade, but since you want to double your profit, basically, I guess we'll do that. Huh. Maybe I just let's try this offer. Will you go with 3 goblets? Oh Jesus, he added more. All right, let's just go with the 4 goblets, and maybe he'll accept that offer. Oh, he's good with that. Okay. Well, you guys can leave now. Thank you for trading with me. Sorry, hold on a second. My wife just delivered brownies to me. And milk. Thank you. Alright. I have brownies now. So, everyone be jealous. Okay, so, yeah, somebody diagnosed his wound. He needs cloth to dress the wound. Play of the game. So this is interesting. So you can see there's a health system here. This is the guy who was just diagnosed, this Mason. And if you look down at the legend down there, now you have to earn some wifey points. Oh, I will. Don't worry. So the legend down there says that indication, or that icon, means that he needs a wound dressing. The arrow to the right also means that there's more stuff to see. So let's go see what's going on over here. So that icon means that the tissue is broken on that part. See, the X with the exclamation point means tissue broken. Down here, apparently this dog has an issue. What is this? What is SN? SN means a sensory nerve. I think the troglodyte also hit one of the dogs because he has a sensory nerve wound. Is anybody else? Nobody else has any wounds. Alright, so it's just the one guy, the Mason, who has an open wound that needs dressing, and we need a cloth to fix it. I don't actually have cloth right now. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten that I said I would show quantum stockpiling. I just want this guy not to die. He's literally whining about his toe. I get it. I'm going to build a loom and a clothes shop here. I don't think I actually need the clothes shop, but I can't remember. So I'm just, I'll Oh, they're still warm, the brownies. Hang on a second. It's pretty good. Not gonna lie, pretty good. Alright. Now that these are built, we can... No, we're not collecting webs. Hold on. Alright, so we turn web collection off, because by default they will go collect spider webs and then try to weave them into silk. Also, it would appear that the troll corpse is rotting and nobody's hauled it away, and that's probably because our stockpile is full. Yep. Alright, let's deal with that. We will expand that. Now I'm going to weave some of our thread into cloth so that we can put a dressing on that man's toe, as he's currently resting in the hospital next to a rotting corpse. Probably not the most sanitary condition to have an open wound. Alright, so they canceled it because they don't have a plant thread. I'm pretty sure that we have plant threads. I'm a little confused. Hey, let's see. Stocks. Oh, you know what? They probably grabbed all the thread we have and put it in the hospital. I bet all of that's in the hospital now. No? Oh, you know what? That's not our thread. I think that thread is in the human caravan. Yeah, I think it's counting stuff that's in the human caravan as on our stocks right now because they're on the map. So, that's fine. What we will do then is instead make a farmer's workshop in the hallway out of a rock. Still waiting. Alright, now we can start processing plants. We'll just repeat that. I don't think we have any... I think this spin thread thing only does that from, like, animal hair. I don't think that'll work. Like, you can technically make thread out of horsehair if you get enough of it. But you need a large amount. I guess you could technically make a coat out of horsehair. I think that would be rather itchy. Alright, he's spinning some pigtail into thread. There we go, pigtail thread. And then we weave the... No, we can't weave the cloth. Yeah, we can. Okay. Weave thread into cloth. So much stuff we have to go through just to get this guy his toe bandage. There's rotting things all around. Have they dug this out yet? They have. Good. Tell them to put all of the bodies here. And they will finally haul them away. Has he finished yet? Is anybody doing it? Here, let's I'm gonna hit N to high priority this task, because I really would like them to do that now. Needs 1 unused plant thread. Did we not just have one? Oh look! They made thread out of mule hair. Okay, I guess we had some. A little confused at what's going on here. Someone tell me if I'm missing something, because I'm pretty sure we have just woven a bunch of, or processed a bunch of plants into thread, and should have said thread somewhere. Unless they immediately took it into here. Yep, they did. Okay. Hospital, I'm gonna set the thread. Oh, okay, they've filled the thread quota, so they won't grab anymore. So they have a certain number of thread that they want, a certain number of cloth they want for bandages, things like that, and they'll stockpile that. We got migrants. So what's changed? Like we went for the first 3 years with no migrants and nobody on the overworld map of our civilization, and now we're getting migrants every season or so? Not entirely sure what happened. But this is the second time this year we've gotten migrants. We don't even have beds for them. We're up to 41. Alright, we have thread now. There we go, okay. Somebody is going to make this cloth immediately. This man's toe is wounded. His foot's gotten a little bit better, but his toe is still open wound. I think that color means. Okay, we have a cloth. It has already been tasked, so hopefully, let's see. Where's our medical dwarf? Oh, hopefully somebody will take it over here and bandage this man's toe. They still haven't removed the rotting troll corpse. A giant mole is fighting our dog? Okay. Sure. Oh, he's gone. I think they bandaged him up. It happens very quickly. Yeah, he's good now. So he is... Damn, we're not in time though. He's got an infection in his toe. See that IN right there means infection. You have to be quick, and it helps if you have soap on hand. Oh well. No, I don't have soap. I have no soap. I have very little of anything right now, because we spent 3 years with 15 people trying to dig a tunnel. Now we have lots of dwarves. Still no soap. Why is no one carrying the dead bodies away? This troll skeleton should be... It's rotted down to bones now. There's a refuse pile here. They've put other bodies in here, but not the rotting skeletons from the hospital. I don't know. How are we doing at sealing off the caverns? We're probably close. I don't have a corpse stockpile, but generally the bodies of animals, like the trolls, are not considered corpses. They're considered refuse. I mean, I'll try putting a corpse stockpile down. It could be that. What's corpses? Why? Why is corpses? Corpses usually is sentience, like elves, dwarves, humans. But it could be wrong. Oh, the troglodyte apparently isn't sentient. That went in the corpse stockpile. At least that's one of them. Okay. Yeah, that was what it was. I guess trolls are apparently sentient. I'm sorry? This is a masterful Crundlebone figurine of Muthkat lantern drinkers, created by Cyril Ustathvigrig. The item is a masterfully designed image of Muthkat lantern drinkers, the dwarf and dwarves in Crundlebone. Muthkat is surrounded by the dwarves. This artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Muthkat lantern drinkers to the position of queen of the soaked paints. Huh. He made a historical artifact, well, not an artifact, but a masterwork figurine out of Crundlebone of the queen. Well, the queen 200 years ago. Good for him. Good for us, too. Alright, well, now that the crisis is over, I'm going to remove this hospital zone. Because I never wanted it to stay there. But I am going to mark this as a... Oop, I need to put a door down, hold on. I think now that that's there, I can go ahead and do this. This is a dormitory for all these dwarves who don't have beds. Now they're sleeping there, and they don't have to sleep on the cavern floor. Okay, back to quantum stockpiling. Now, I know you're probably curious what that means. It's very hard to explain. However, actually what it means is not that hard to explain, it's hard to explain how to do it. So, what quantum stockpiling is it abuses the way minecarts move items in order to store items in a single tile that could not normally be stored in a single tile. So I'm going to make, as an example, a stone stockpile here. That stockpile is only going to take metal ores. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing over here. This would be better in an area that you can actually see the stockpiles that aren't covered in things, so hold on. Let me remove the smelter here. Give them a second. I'm also going to get a couple more wheelbarrows made for reasons that will become clear. Okay. Let's get rid of this section of the wood stockpile too. Now I'm going to make a stone stockpile here that again only carries metal ore. I'm going to make a similar one here. It's 3 wide. I could make this bigger. This is just a demonstration. Oops, I accidentally did animals. Well, I can just change it here. Now between them, I'm going to construct a track. Oops. Actually, no, I'm not going to construct it. I'm going to designate it so that they can carve the track into the ground. Well, I thought it was. What's that? Okay, that worked. I think they may have changed the way this works for creating tracks, so I'll go back to building it. Just constructing it out of a block or something. We're going to make a... Oh, right. Sorry, I'm doing it wrong. Track stop. It's been a little while, sorry. We're going to make a track stop, not a track. We're going to set it to dump to the north on arrival. I'll just make it out of logs. And they'll go build that. This is not the intended use for minecarts, but it's a pretty fun little thing I discovered when I was messing around. Have they built that? Yeah, alright. So now we're going to make routes. Now if you haven't ever messed with minecarts and routes and all that stuff, it's a pretty cool system. It's very useful. It's not really necessary for you to know how this works right now. I'm going to make a route. I'm going to call the route, I don't know, metal ore. Doesn't matter, just for my purposes. And then I'm going to set a new stop on the route right here. I'm going to delete all of this stuff. This stuff is there as an example for how to set up a route, but we don't need it. We're going to have a stockpile link here with the larger stone stockpile. And then we're going to have a stockpile link here with a smaller one. We're going to toggle it to give. Actually, we don't even need to do that part. All we need to do is this, because it's going to dump to the north. So we're going to take from the stone stockpile, put into minecart, and then dump it to the north. Normally, what this does is you set a stop at the end of a track, the minecart reaches the stop and dumps whatever's in it into there, and then a dwarf comes and picks it up and walks away with it. It's a way to get ore from a deep mine up to the surface or whatever you want to do. But in this case, it's not going to work quite like that. So here we're setting what we want to take out of the stockpile and put in the minecart. We're going to do the same thing. We're just going to say only metal ores. And I'm going to give this 2 wheelbarrows to work with. What should happen is they'll bring 2 wheelbarrows over, or just start carrying ore in by hand. That's fine too. That's dumb. But I'm waiting for the wheelbarrows. If they, if they ever make them. Where's the carpenters? Yeah, they're working on it. Okay, good. Mostly because I don't want them all carrying ore by hand. I did S for stockpile link. Yeah. So just to go over again. You make a route. The route doesn't really matter where it is. You make a new stop on top of the stop that you put down, because I built the stop there. And then I go over the stockpile that I want to... Well, first I go into the stop by hitting enter to define it. Then I go over the stockpile I want to take from and hit S to do a new stockpile link. Sorry, I'm bad at tutorials when I'm exhausted. And then you hit enter on that to set the desired items. And then you go and set your metal ores or whatever. Now the only thing I need to do at this point is assign a vehicle. So I'm going to give it a minecart. They're going to bring a minecart over here. They're going to put it on the stop. It's just going to sit there on the stop. There he is. He's bringing it in. No, wait. Sorry. Make sure the receiving stockpile has no wheelbarrows, because it'll take up the entire stockpile. Get rid of that.
Yes, yes. I see it all.
Okay.
It's so
Well,
beautiful.
we'll resume that in a moment. We've had a mood. Medtop Tashimlikot has had a mood. That's an interesting one because he's a metal crafter too. So let's see what he does. He has run off and he's claimed the metalsmith's forge. So moods are things that happen. Yeah, we should take bets on what he'll make. Metalsmith's forge is a good one. He could make some interesting things. He could make an artifact weapon. He could make armor. Anyway, anybody who's not familiar, when a dwarf enters a creative mood like this, he will claim a workshop, kicking out anybody else, and he will not let you use that workshop until he is done. So right here, all he's asking for are metal bars, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to fulfill that request. His preferences, let's go see. He likes cryolite, iron, ruby, walnut wood, giant dingo leather, dingo teeth, clownfish bone, the color lilac, anvils, giant red pandas, the sound of the pregnant songs and the sight of the laconic mother. When possible, she prefers to consume dragonflies, sunberries, and quinoa beer. Detests hamsters. Yeah, she may make an anvil. So their preferences come into the material choices, the eventual outcome. We'll see what she grabs. Okay. She grabbed a single copper bar. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, they're just little pixels on the screen. It's hard to tell anything about them. I didn't know it was a she until I looked at the thing. Looked at the specifics. Alright, so now, look at this. We now have gold nuggets, sphalerite, and tetrahedrite here in our quantum stockpile. So what is happening here is they'll take a wooden wheelbarrow, they'll go get a gold nugget or something, and they'll put it on the stockpile here. This is the feeder stockpile. And then later, somebody will come along and take that and say, well, this is set to take from the stockpile, so I'll just put it in this minecart. The minecart will then go, I'm on a route, I've just hit a stop, and I should dump my stuff to the north, because that's what the stop is set to. So it'll just drop it to the north. And in this way, eventually, all of this ore will be in that one spot. Now they're being a little dumb, and they're carrying the ore by hand, even though there are 2 wheelbarrows. I gave it 2, you don't have to. In fact, it's better if it's a larger stockpile. I'm gonna replace it with a larger one. Hold on. Because a larger stockpile would generate more carry jobs. So I'm just gonna give it a 3x3. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna give it 3 wheelbarrows. You don't want to designate the same number of wheelbarrows as it has tiles, because then all of the stockpile tiles will be covered with wheelbarrows and they won't actually put anything in there. Yeah, I do need to relink it. You're right. So if I go to the stop. See, it says take from obsolete stockpile. I just delete that, move over this, do a new stockpile link, and then set the material again. It's already set. Good. I think it imports the material from the stockpile you choose, but either way. And there we go. That should just quantum stockpile the ore into a single spot. It's a wonderful little thing. I accidentally did it while messing around with minecarts one time. Why aren't these being built? It's weird. But you can see we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 nuggets. Or 9 ore. So that'll clean that up. I'm going to do a similar thing to all of the stone here. That's what I alluded to earlier when I said I was going to clear up the stone. Wait, what? Ah! She made a ring! And she's claimed it as a family heirloom. What could possibly go wrong with a dwarf making a ring? Well, I mean, the one ring was actually made by elves. And Sauron. But dwarves having rings couldn't possibly be a bad thing. Let's look at it. Fesheron. So artifacts are very special. This one is a low quality artifact, but still an artifact. Artifacts have specific traits in Dwarf Fortress. For one thing, they're generally invulnerable. They cannot be destroyed by any normal way, or normal method. If you dropped this copper ring in lava, it would just sit there, being a copper ring in some lava. If you smashed it with... So there's a way to delete things in Dwarf Fortress called atom smashing. That's what the community calls it. It's basically dropping a bridge on it. It sort of just deletes anything it hits. If you smash an artifact, it goes missing instead of being deleted. And it can turn up at other times. People will quest for artifacts. People will start wars for artifacts. They're pretty interesting. They don't do a lot. There are some artifacts that do have abilities. These ones don't really, but they are exciting. Oh! So, it looks like while I was talking about quantum stockpiling, a jabberer has gotten into our fortress. Right over here, look at all the blood. Alright, let's do our thing. Alert equals yes. Squadron, Shanks of creating. Kill order. And where's the jabberer? There he is. It's already pretty wounded. Guys, it killed a kitten. I mean, yeah, it killed 2 dwarves too, but it killed a kitten. That's not cool. Alright, did they get it? No, where is it? Okay, it's dead now. Wait, what did that say? Oh, the Jabberer killed so many people it got a name. Acridberry. Okay, sorry. They're freaking out because they're trying to do things, and I still have them in a burrow. Alright, so several things need to happen here. Well, first, let's unactivate everybody so they can come out of the burrow. This duck is terrified. He's been wounded. He's faint. This poor duck. There's a dead dwarf here. Man, that was terrible. There's... Wow. This dwarf had his head ripped off. Alright. Man, I was just trying to teach about quantum stockpile and a Jabberer came up and ripped a dude's head off. Crazy. Okay, let's take care of this. So let's get some coffins? Yeah, coffins. Let's get some coffins made. I don't know, just 10 of them. Probably gonna have other dwarves die at some point. And let's build some tombs, I suppose. Build them into the mountainside, as is proper for dwarves. Is that centered? No, I need one more on this side, don't I? This is where we will put the fallen. Oops. Getting a little punchy because I'm tired. Alright, so they'll dig that out in a minute. We'll put the coffins in there with all their bodies. Man, look at all the job cancellation spam. It's alright. Lots of blood. Don't worry, that one guy will clean it all up. Right, so I think I did something wrong here. Yeah, see, I didn't cancel these. We don't want economic stone there. We don't want other stones. We just want ore. Alright. So we keep getting invaded from the caverns. Let me go check that. We were in progress, but I keep getting distracted. So it's this. Jabberers can climb, and that's why he was able to get in here. That's why I always close off every little bit of these, if I can. Critters can climb walls, and if there is any way in, they will find it, because they can just path to, you know, whatever. See, they did this too. Hold on. They didn't build this corner before they built this, so I've got to tear that wall down and build the corner, or else it'll just bother me the whole time. We're gonna forbid passage through this. Hopefully nobody's... Oh. Yeah, see, there's people out there. Alright, can't do that yet. Permit passage. I may just have to put defenses down here to cage trap anything that comes through. That's actually not a bad idea. I've already got the stuff built, so why don't I put like a little funnel wall here. And then a cage trap. T and then C. Cage trap and oops, cage trap there. Now critters that try to come in through that door, because some critters can open doors, they will stop hitting escape. They will get caught in the trap. Well, whenever they build that. Look at him running around in the cavern. Where are you going? Is it really important that you take this troll corpse home? I guess so. So they've laid out the mechanism for this cave trap, or cage trap. I don't think, yeah, they haven't put the cage in yet. Stop it. Muscle memory. A serpent woman is fighting a giant cave toad. And it's fall. Just waiting for the save to finish. All the beds are out in the dormitory. There's a guinea hen there. Okay. What are these? Are these just like clothes from the dead people? Yeah. They're ripped clothes that were torn up in the fighting. We can build this last wall now just because it looks nice. Nothing could actually get through there. And then down here we have one last wall to build. And then we are mostly secure. Alright, back to the quantum stockpile. Let's see how it's doing. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's how you store stuff. See, they just pick something up, they put it in the minecart, and then it falls to the north. And then they bring more stuff in. Let's go ahead and set one up for the stone. So now that I've showed you, I'm gonna do it over here where you can't really see the stockpiles. Not too worried about it, actually. We'll do yeah, it helps a lot, doesn't it? It really, you don't need gigantic storage warehouses to store all your ore. You can put it right next to your workshop. I don't know if it'll ever be removed because it's probably not intended. See, we don't want metal ores. That's good. Yeah, every other stone can go in there. That's fine. It's interesting that metal ores were already exempted from these. I'm not sure why. But I didn't want them on there, so that's fine. Now we want to build, construct, track, stop. Put that here. Building present. What building is present? What? Oh, I messed up the stockpile. Hold on. I gotta remove this first. See? I'm being dumb. That's why this was already forbidden from metal ores, because it's the stockpile I'd already put down earlier. There. Build, construct, track stop. Wait. Track stop. Dump on arrival. We want to dump east. Make it out of, I don't know, a log. Doesn't matter really. Quantum stockpiling. We want at least 3 wheelbarrows here and none in the receiving stockpile. It's very important you don't put a wheelbarrow in the receiving stockpile because, well, I guess it would still work. The problem is Dwarf Fortress sometimes thinks the stockpile is full if there's something on there. I've had trouble with it not working correctly when there was a wheelbarrow. And I think Dwarf Fortress just thinks it's a full stockpile when there's something on it. I'm really not sure. It might not matter anymore. I may be misremembering. I know it's important that you don't fill the stone stockpile, like the feeder stockpile, with wheelbarrows, even though that sounds like it would make them bring stone in faster. It ends up like confusing them because any tile with a wheelbarrow on it counts as full, and then they will only bring in stones to fill whatever is empty at the time. It's a weird system. Alright, hauling, new route, and this is stone. We'll make a stop here. And delete all of that. Stockpile link to there. Take from that any stone that's not a metal. And then we give it a vehicle. There we go. That should slowly store all of the stone in one spot. Where is he taking this troll corpse? Hold on. Excuse me. You're butchering this troll corpse? Oh, it's a toad corpse. It's the giant cave toad that the serpent woman was killing. So she went out and hunted a giant cave toad, and then we just swooped in and took the corpse. And now he's walking over the tables with a giant toad corpse. Giant toad corpse. Sorry, I have dyslexia, and it sometimes affects my speech, too. So I swap letters. Code torps. Oh shit, we got a bunch of meat out of that, didn't we? Yeah, that was pretty good. Free food, not gonna lie, that's not a bad thing. I mean, our food stores are not bad by any means, but so is this working yet? Yeah, look at that. Already stacking up the stone. And over here, we're cleaning up the ore. It takes a while, but I mean, look at this. We're already on 2 pages of ore. I'm not exactly sure why there's a wheelbarrow in there. I could use some of the fat for soap. I think you need... There's something you usually need. Soap maker's workshop. It's been a long time since I've actually made soap. Don't you need something special to make soap? Maybe I'm remembering the old alchemist days when there was an actual alchemist. Yeah, you need tallow. I should have plenty of fat that they're rendering into tallow already. I think that's automatic in the kitchen. Yeah. So they're already making tallow. So it should be alright. You also need pearl ash. Yeah. Ash and lye. So I can make ash here. Here, I'll set up a new area for that. This will be the soap maker's workshop. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see what's required. We do need some for the eventual hospital. I don't think anybody's wounded right now. I could be... Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Diagnosis request. And crutch required. So one of our masons is severely wounded. He was the same guy that got wounded in the first fight. Our gym center as well. And a farmer. Okay, we do have some need for a hospital. Maybe I'll make this into the hospital instead. Ah! I wish it wouldn't do that. It drags my view around. Alright, a caravan has arrived. That's great. Not really the priority right now. I didn't realize we had so many people wounded. I thought the troglodyte had just killed 2 people and then that was it. Speaking of killed 2 people. I need to put these coffins away into their grave sites. Let's just do planning mode. Okay. Because I've gotten distracted several times and all the bodies have rotted. So people that were acquaintances of those dwarves are going to be very upset that the body's just sitting in a cave rotting. We got a liaison now. This is so weird. We didn't get a liaison for our first trade, we didn't get any migrants, but now suddenly we have a civilization again? The world is the same as ever. Okay. Yeah, we went 3 years with no migrants and no trade liaison. We only got 1 dwarven trade in 3 years, and now they're showing up like clockwork. Like nothing has happened and nothing's wrong. I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed. Maybe there was a war and like they retook a capital or something. What do we want? The first time I've gotten to actually set a trade request. We can check out the dwarven instruments. I don't know if I can look at them from here. No, I can't. It's always fun reading through the instruments. We'll ask for a little bit of booze, a little bit of cheese. I'm using a DF hack add-on where you can do shift left and shift right to just set everything in the category to priority. Basically, for anybody not familiar, what I'm doing now is the trade liaison has asked me what I need, right? So I'm giving him a list of things that I'm interested in. So like I can say, I really want meat, and I can set that priority, and that will increase the likelihood that they will bring that next time. And what DFHack lets me do is set everything up in priority, instead of going through one by one and doing that way. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? I assume that's what you're OMGing about. It's really nice. I don't really care about pump helmets. Yeah. Have you seen some of the new interface stuff coming from the Steam release? It looks so good. Speaking of interface woes, it looks so good. Mouse support, being able to click and drag when you're building. I mean, there's so many cool things coming. Back in my day, we didn't have fancy tiles. Or mouse support. We had to use raw ASCII and we liked it. So, and what this means is, the liaison is telling me what the prices for next year will be, based upon demand. So, for example, if I make goblets and sell them to him, they'll be worth 160% of normal. Not too bad. I happen to have some goblets. Thank you for the meeting. Alright, let's go ahead and set some trade goods. I don't know if I have any more gold goblets. I think I traded them all away. Nope, still have a few. Anything else I want to trade to these guys? I think that's it. Yeah, the goblets should handle whatever I want from them. I mean, it took them so long to get here. I'm pretty much self-sufficient, so... Look at our bones. We have so many. Oh, that's a good point. I should trade them some of the crappy bone stuff that we've been making. I set my bone workers to make bones just so they get better. You can actually make armor and other tools. Well, not tools. You can make armor out of bones, and you can make some crafts out of bones. Okay, tools in the sense that you can make certain things out of bones. Like, let's see. You can make leggings, greaves, gauntlets, helmets, amulets, bracelets, earrings, crowns, figurines, rings, gems, bone gems. Is that just like a polished piece of bone? Scepters, bolts, all useful things. Okay. Let's allow 2 of these for burial. They will immediately be taken by the 2 dead people. They will finally be laid to rest. If you don't lay your dwarves to rest, they can come back as ghosts, terrify people, and hurt people. I'm sorry, what? Attis Oranathal, dwarf planter fetid zombie is visiting? Is a dwarf zombie in my tavern? Like what? He shows up as a guest. Look at this. Why is there a zombie guest? What is going on? I have an elf poet and a human dancer as a guest. And then a zombie. Is he a real zombie? His hair is extremely long, his broad ears have large hanging lobes, his somewhat short nose is upturned, his head is extremely narrow, he has a broad chin, his lips are very thin, his short eyebrows are quite dense, his skin is pale brown, his eyes are cobalt. What's wrong with zombies? Well, generally they're hostile. And this one doesn't seem to be. They're also undead, and thus very difficult to destroy, and very dangerous. And if they... So there are certain biomes, and no, Divine Johnny, I don't think I'm near a spooky setting. I specifically settled in, like, a neutral location. Because I wanted this to be just this is what Dwarf Fortress looks like, not, here's how we die constantly in Dwarf Fortress. There may be a necromancer nearby, but I think fetid zombies are created by like foul miasma from evil biomes. If it was a normal zombie, like a reanimated corpse, I think you'd be right. Well, the thing is, he doesn't even seem to be hostile. He's wearing clothing, and he's just walking over to see what's up at our tavern? He just wants a drink. I'm kind of curious what he's gonna do, so I'm just gonna follow him. I'm really curious what's gonna happen when he walks into the tavern. No one seems to mind. There's just a zombie hanging out. Is it possible that he's just got a... like a nickname? The fetid zombie? Oh. This visitor has come to relax. He heard the Chestnut of Bells was the place to enjoy oneself. Like, maybe he calls himself that, or other people call him the fetid zombie? I don't know. He's clearly not a zombie. This game is so weird. But zombies don't walk in with clothes and hang out at the tavern. Stop hitting escape. I don't know. Alright, well, apparently that's not a crisis, so what was that? Hold on. Oh, he's fighting a honey badger. What's going on with these honey badgers? The dwarf trade liaison guard just wiped out a honey badger. Did our trade stuff ever get here? Oh right, I was gonna give him all the crappy bone stuff, right? Is that all I got? Oh, they're in the bins. Okay. That's another thing that DFAC allows you to do. If you hit enter on an entire category, it just marks the entire thing for trade. Like, boop boop. Let's go ahead and request a trader. You know, I still haven't put a single trap down in my walkway of death. Why don't I go ahead and start on that? Trap, weapon trap. I mean, we may need it at some point soon, so we're getting actually pretty close to the, wow, I thought I told them to do this only when I had, like, 10. They made 42 serrated copper discs. I've got to look at that order again. Well, I mean, we've got plenty of discs. Weapon trap. Spikes. Weapon trap. Discs. Hey, why didn't that one go down? Okay. Spikes. Whoops, not training spears. Deselect? There we go. This weapon trap is full of training spears. Not menacing copper spikes. Training spears. I mean, I could do that for a training room. Where you stick your dwarves. This is a legit thing that people do. Put a whole bunch of dwarves in a room with spike traps that are training spears, and have a dwarf outside the room. Link all of them to a lever, and have a dwarf outside the room just rapidly pull the lever over and over. So all the dwarves in the room constantly get attacked, but they're being attacked by a training weapon, so it doesn't really do much damage, but they get really good at dodging. It's called a danger room. And that's a legit way people train up their militia. And you just throw them in there for months. Drop food in every once in a while. Yeah. You could say that it has an effect on their happiness. Somewhat negative. They certainly don't enjoy it. I should really close this back entrance off so they stop going that way. They should have to go through the walkway of death. Good evening, Lurker. How you doing? We are dealing with some strange issues in Dwarf Fortress, such as the fact that we have a fetid zombie who's come to socialize in our tavern. I'm not sure why this zombie is here and is not hostile. Have you ever seen anything like that? I don't know if you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, but that's outside of my experience. This dwarf fetid zombie. He's just hanging out in the tavern and having a nice drink. That's okay. Yeah, I've never seen it happen before, so I didn't know it could happen. Let's go ahead and trade with these guys. Ooh, we'll get some silver bars. Well, we have plenty of silver. Yeah, I think we're about 3.5 years in, maybe 4 years now. We're doing pretty good. It turned out, early on, I thought our civilization was dead, but turns out it's not. We're now getting migrants and everything. We went 3 years with only one trade caravan from the dwarves and 0 migrants, other than the first wave that you're guaranteed. And then suddenly everybody started showing up like normal. So, what's CD mean? Divine Johnny. Oh, no worries. Oh, okay. Yeah. Joe Hall, I'm not sure if there's like a hidden popularity mechanic or not, but generally if your civilization at least exists, then you get regular annual migrations, unless there have been a lot of deaths in your fortress recently, and then they'll skip a couple of the migrations. I have never, in my history of playing the game, seen like what we've seen, where I go 2.5 years with no migrations at all. And it even gave a message. It didn't say no migrants have come because your fortress is too dangerous. It just said there are no migrants. There are no migrants. And like when I first got the trade caravan, it said something like, I'll have to go back and look to see the exact words, but it was something like, there's no fortress liaison. How strange. That was the actual alert. Yeah, the world's not static, so it's very possible the queen came out and like reestablished. You're right. Oh yeah, you're right. It is possible. They have so one of the last things that they added in the last patch was like the ability for armies to march across the world map and things to actually change now. So yeah, it's a possibility, and I could do that because hey, I've got the video, so I could just post it to him. I don't know. Anyway, let's get some trading done. Ooh, that reminds me, I need to build. Now that I have the dwarves to do a proper army, I need to build them like backpacks and flasks. There's a lot of milk. Dwarven ale. Llama milk. Reindeer milk. So tasty. There's some good weapons in here. I think I prefer to make our own though if we can. I'm trying to, like, now we can dig a little deeper once I get the wounded taken care of. I'm hoping that we will find a vein of iron or something. Oh yeah, there's also prepared like honeybee brains that you can embark with too. It's very strange. Imagine how many honeybees you have to de-brain to have a meal. Yeah, I could do that. I might do that after the stream and just see what's going on. It's a good idea. There's not really a lot we want from these guys. I mean, I'll take some of the... I'll take another anvil. I'll take some of the food. Just to give a variety of foods. I mean, there's no health reason you need a variety of foods, but it does increase their happiness when they don't eat the same thing all the time. I'll get some silk as well. Sometimes they'll have a mood where you need a silk thread rather than a plant thread. And wool too, same reason. Guess I could just buy their backpacks instead of making them. I don't want this fancy one though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's almost enough for a squad. Yeah, I'll check the legends on him too, just to see what's going on. I mean, I'm wrapping up here in about 30 minutes anyway, so I'll just raid somebody else, and then between now and my next stream, I'll check on the legends and I'll make a note to tell everybody what's going on. Okay. Oh, your kid made homemade pizzas. Awesome, dude. Yeah, we make pizza sometime here. It's so good. Making it at home is the best way to have pizza. That's super cool, man. I'll go ahead and grab the silver. There's not a lot we want from them, and we have a lot of trade goods, so I'll grab all of their iron bar or their metal bars. Do I want their gems? I don't really want their gems. I don't really want their gems at all. I've got plenty of gems that I've dug out of the mountain already that I'm not using. Ooh, I could get some more instruments though. That's really cool, man. I'm glad that your kid's getting interested in baking, and it's a good pastime. It's a good skill to have. There's too many people these days that don't know how to cook. Apple crisp sounds amazing right now. Yeah, let's get a couple of these cheaper instruments just for our like our temple and our tavern. We're gonna have kids at some point. Should I get some toys? A toy hammer, a toy axe, a toy puzzle box. Bull, sow, water buffalo. Yeah, you get puzzle boxes for the kids. Toy boat. I like the idea of them running around with a little toy hammer. Yeah, the kids they get so they get happy thoughts from playing with toys, basically, and that will make them less stressed out and less likely to have issues. If you don't give them toys, they still play, but they play make-believe, and they will sometimes go into dangerous areas to play make-believe. So toys actually keep them confined to the fortress a little bit better, too. Because it's not uncommon to see a dwarven kid just running around in the cavern playing make-believe Monster Slayer or something. And then he gets pounced on by a jabberer and picked apart by its big beak, and then there's no more kid. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some more picks from them. And maybe some real weapons too. A spear, a mace, short sword. Nice iron pick, steel spear. Yeah, let's see what we got as far as value. I think I can afford this easily. Yeah, we've already given them a profit if we trade them what we have here. Give them this whole bin worth of goods. I'm gonna keep back. Let's see. I like to offer some things for free to the Dwarven capital because that increases. You have to offer a certain amount of value over time, I believe, to be eligible to become a barony. It's basically gifts to the queen of the dwarves, you know? So, and you can only offer things that you made yourself on the fortress. Like, I could not offer this. Like, as soon as I select this pigtail robe, which we came here with, but I did not make on the fortress, then the offer option goes away. Anything that you didn't make in the fortress, you cannot offer. Even these, like, splints or whatever. And I like to offer some things to the queen to prove that we are, you know, we're craftsmen. We're making value. Hey, this is a Crundlebone figure of the god that we worship. The god of fortresses. It's cool. Maybe I'll offer that too, just because it makes sense. Ooh, we do not want to we don't want to trade away our artifact. And make sure that stays out of the trade group. I might put that on a pedestal and like display it in the dining area. Hope they don't demand it. I don't think they will because it belongs to the family of the person that made it in this case. But they could. It's not unusual for them to demand things like that. See if he's... Yep, that's good. Alright, so these two I'm going to offer. And I think that's enough. I could offer the artifact up, but I'm not going to. There we go. Trading is done. Broker is no longer needed. What do I need to build a display? What's an offering place? That's new. What's an offering placement? Do you have any idea? Is that a temple thing now? Because that's new. I've never heard of that. Is there something I can build for that? Ooh, an altar. Oh. I can put an altar in front of my statue to the god. And I think then they can make offerings to the god. Oops. Is he... Yep, he's praying. So once he builds that altar, I'm going to see what it looks like. Yeah, that's a new one to me. Did he make it yet? He's working on it. I wonder what it's made of. Oh, I picked rock, so it's going to be made of rock. Actually, I should chisel out some marble and make it a marble altar. Hold on. I'm going to do that. Because we have a layer of marble down here. I'm just going to make like a quarry here. Yeah, I'm glad you said marbles, because that reminded me that we had marble. Looks like they have some marble there anyway, so let's go ahead and say make a rock altar detail marble only, and let's boost it to the top. Currently serve no purpose. Well, you know what? It's gonna look cool, and we're gonna have it anyway. Anyway, what was I doing? Right. What do I... You said I need glass to build a display? I think there's one you can build without glass. Display furniture. I think there is. Let me look. Is it in the Mason's workshop? Yeah, the pedestal. I'm gonna do that out of marble as well. I'm just not set up to make glass yet, so I need a bunch of bags and access to sand for that. Hey look, our ore is almost cleared up. Anybody who wasn't here for this was an example of quantum stockpiling that I was teaching. All of this is in a single spot. Yeah, that's just a little exploit that you can use. What was that? A jabber is fighting another jabber? No, the jabber is fighting a serpent woman. Okay. Well, that fight didn't last very long. Serpent woman's dead now. Yep, quantum stockpiling. It's just one of those things. I'm using it to store all of the stone down here too. What was that? A performance troupe is visiting. Look at this. We've got an elven and human performance troupe. Alright. They're gonna visit our tavern. How are we doing on these traps? They're slowly building the traps. We got a yak bull. Okay. Another performance troupe. You have to be careful. Some of these visitors to your taverns can be not what they appear to be. Right. I completely forgot that we had wounded people, and I was gonna build a hospital. Not one of you reminded me in chat. Come on, man. You like to see the dwarves suffer, don't you? Not bad. Containers. That's okay. You know, we've got a bunch of wounded people that we need to fix up. All good. They'll be fine. Yes, I'm blaming you. It is. Look at all these people visiting suddenly. This is exactly what DF is like. It's just one thing after another. It never lets you breathe. There's so much going on in the fortress. It's hard to keep track of it all. Let's see, did our offering place finish? Yeah. Excellent. We got a marble altar in front of our statue to Bemel Scalywave the Snarling, the god of fortresses. Have they put anything in here? Not really. Huh. So it says they have 2 instruments stored and desire 5. It's good that I bought more instruments, but I didn't see anything in these, so where do they store them? Are they? Are they still sneaking in? They are, because of that ramp. Look at that. Sneaky little bastards. Let's put a wall right on it. Thank you for catching that. Aha, we got a petition. Lord Bridgewashed wishes to reside in Portal Saved for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. I approve. Is the most secure defense in the game, bar none, still a ramp up through a door hatch with a door behind it? Yes. And that is because of the way building destroyers work. They will never actually get through the hatch and door, because they had to be on the same Z level as the door in order to destroy it. So yeah, that is still an impregnable defense because of the way Dwarf Fortress works. I just try not to exploit things like that. I exploit things like quantum stockpiling just because the stockpiling thing is stupid. there's no reason they can't pile stones on top of each other in real life, so... yeah. Drawbridges with a magma moat? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yeah, crates would be nice. There are all kinds of ways that this game could be improved. There are many things that annoy me about it, but it's also a fantastic game. Another person wishes to reside here? Sure. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have crates, it does have bins, which are similar. Bins can only hold certain items, though. But yes, there are bins. I have many bins, as you can see here. Those are bins. They each have things in them. But you can't put ore in bins. You can put bars and blocks in bins. I use bins where possible. It sounds like the traders are leaving. Somebody else is fighting. It's another serpent woman. I don't care. Look how lively our tavern is. What are they doing? Listening to poetry. Can I actually see... Usually there's a way to see what they're doing, like see the poem or whatever. Yeah, view activity. The performance is at the first line. My friend's songs is an example of the Carmine Adoration. The work has no particular subject. The writing is quite cruel. Overall, the poetry is masterful. The Carmine Adoration, great name by the way, is a poetic form originating in the Tree of Conflagration. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems which can be recited. So there's actually there's a group of people that I know in in Bay 12 forums that take these generated poetry forms and try to use them to actually write poetry. It's pretty interesting what they come up with, because these are all procedurally generated. Do dwarves still get stuck on ladders? I think he addressed that in one of the previous patches. So what used to happen, just as an anecdote, is that they would climb up onto the ladder to pick fruit, and then they would just get stuck on a branch and not be able to path back down. And like the ladder would still be there, but it wouldn't be considered a valid route by the pathing algorithm. And so they would literally sit there until you chopped the tree down for them, or until they starved to death. Or until they fell out of the tree, in which case they would continue as if nothing happened. Hilarious bug. Just one of the things Dwarf Fortress does. This is pretty cool though. A form of parallelism is common throughout the poem in that certain lines use the same placement of allusions. Each line has 8 syllables. The first line is intended to describe the past. The second line is intended to offer a different perspective concerning the future. I mean, that sounds like something you could absolutely write to. Those are rules that would be easy to write a poem to. And this is all just generated through his algorithms. Fascinating. I haven't done a lot of fruit picking on this. Yeah, the carp thing was... Oh, that was a meme for a long time. The very first deadly carp meme was because dwarves would walk along a river and see a carp, and the carp were set as hostile to the dwarves for whatever reason, so the dwarf would attempt to dodge, and would dodge into the river and then drown. That was the original carp thing. The bug was that they were hostile to the dwarves for some reason, and the dwarf would freak out and try to dodge, as if being attacked or something. That's 2 migrants in 1 year. Ugh, I've gotta... Alright, so we've got to keep digging. I can't keep getting distracted. We need bedrooms and a fortress dug out as soon as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this all the way down to the bottom of the world. It's gonna hit a point where we can't keep digging anymore at some point. When we get to the magma ocean, magma sea. Spoiler, there's magma somewhere down here. If you dig deep enough, there's magma. My personal favorite when we're talking about Dwarf Fortress bugs, it wasn't actually a bug, it was an unintended side effect, but it was the cats getting drunk. So cats are very special in Dwarf Fortress. They are the only creature with their own AI. They have the, what does he call it? It's the Vermin Hunter AI. And what they will do is they will walk around, they'll kill vermin, and then they'll clean themselves, and then they'll follow a random dwarf around. They have a bunch of behaviors that no other creature does. But by cleaning themselves, they were accidentally getting drunk because they would walk through spilled beer or spilled liquor in the tavern, and then clean themselves and imbibe the alcohol that got on their fur. And then they would literally die of alcohol poisoning sometimes. Just one of those crazy things that has several systems interacting in unexpected ways. Yeah, that's happened too. It's very strange. Yeah, it's happened from vomit, it's happened from spilled wine. I've seen it, Oh, he shared many tales and shared a rumor. Cool. Yeah, no, I have the utmost respect for Toady. That's the dev that makes this game. He is the sole programmer and sole developer. I mean, his brother helps him, like with testing and things, but he is the only one that touches the code as far as I know. Look at all these people chatting. Oh, wait, you're attending a meeting in the middle of a crowded tavern. Okay. Who's giving a meeting? Maybe it's a meeting about what to do with all these damn dwarves. How far down have we gotten? We're definitely digging. Wow. Alright, so we're at negative 101 already. We're getting pretty deep down here. Oh, right, the hospital, yes. Thank you. Okay, we've got a hospital technically. Maybe those poor people that were injured, I don't know, 8 months ago will get treatment. Look, they're in bed now. This is the guy with the toe who's infected, and this is the guy that lost his entire left foot at the ankle. They've finally gotten to rest. Up until now, they've just been working. So finally, the doctor will actually come see this person and give him a crutch. So the way Dwarven healthcare works, he was not allowed to go get a crutch, even though he is obviously missing his foot. Until the doctor comes and says, yes, he needs a crutch. He will now be diagnosed and then assigned a crutch. Oop, we got another guy. What's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with you. What are you doing? Oh, you're diagnosing. Okay. He's standing on the bed, diagnosing the other patient. Right. Well, this will be a fun way to end the stream. The were tortoise Oda Uthqualeyu has come. A large tortoise twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow yellow. Its raw umber scales are oval-shaped and close-set. Now you will know why you fear the night. Okay. Well, we've rehearsed this pretty well so far, so we go to alerts. We tell the the civilians to run away in fear. And where is the thing? Let's see. The tortoise is already at our gate. How did it get that close without us knowing? Can't you kind of walk away at a slightly brisk pace? Yeah, were animals are generally faster than their animal counterparts, but maybe. I'm really curious what's going to happen when he hits the weapon traps, because there are 4 weapon traps here that are fully loaded with spikes and discs. But I'm going to go ahead and have the Shanks of Creating activate and move. And remember, we have all of these free fortress defenses, aka the revelers in our tavern. Ooh, you know what? The burrow that we're sending people to is up here, but that's where the creature is. We need to make a new burrow. Here, I'm gonna redefine this burrow. Can I delete it the same way? No. How do you delete? Currently painting, currently erasing. There we go. So, I'm gonna go downstairs. We're gonna paint this as the burrow. So they can come here, they can do anything they want in this area. But they can't come up here anymore. Essentially, yeah, that is exactly why I build the tavern at the entrance to my fortress. They are basically free fortress defenses. I mean, there are some, like, there's a sword dwarf, there's a wrestler, there's a couple of very skilled combatants in here. Alright, well, I'm going to unpause now, and if I've done it right, all of our... hold on. What's going on? Ah, I had caps lock on. All of our civilians should run to Burrow 1, because we're on active training. This alert status. Doesn't matter what the name of the alert is. And the Shanks of Creating are active. I've given them a move order. I'm going to repeat it just in case. Yeah, I'm just going to move them into the tavern. So they are stationing. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh my god, he's fast. Did you see how fast he was? He went right across our traps. I don't think he even got hit by them. He's attacking this dwarf. He's so fast. He went right over the traps. He didn't care about them. Sorry about the spam. Hold on, let me see if I can turn that off. Where's my sound sense utility? There we go. That's a really annoying noise. Ooh. This poor presser. Yeah, sorry about the noise. They're spamming cancellations. And normally that noise is supposed to let you know. Look, her guts are out. Well, let's see what's going on with the presser. Oh man. This is gruesome. The were-tortoise is just biting the hell out of this dwarf. Even if she lives, there's no way that I can let her back in the fortress, because this is a were animal. She's been bitten. Take note of that. Ushat aladtirist. That's true, yeah. I had a whole squad of, what was it? I think it was were llama dwarves. It was like literally an entire squad. That was my military, and they would go into fights, get gruesome injuries, and then as long as they survived until the next moon cycle, they would be fully healed. Alright, well, I think, yep, she's dead. Now the were tortoise is just sitting there. So are were animals immune to traps? Because that thing moved over the traps and did not get hit at all. And it just opened the doors. Okay. Well, it opened the first door. Now it's just sitting there. Oh, it's turned back into an elf. It wasn't able to get through the second door, and it's turned back into an elf. I've locked the doors around it. We've trapped a were tortoise in the entrance to the fort. Probably not the brightest thing to do. You looked it up? Looked what up? Alright, so let's go ahead and inactivate the alerts. Okay. Well, for whatever reason, this were tortoise was not able to get through this door in time and then shapeshifted back into an elf. So now he or she is stuck. He never even got inside. Killed one dwarf. Well, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this captured were tortoise elf lady. Yeah, I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do with her. Because whatever I do, it can't be a building. Because when they transform, they can destroy the buildings. So I don't think they can destroy a raised bridge. Because that's not technically a building? Yeah, but how to get them in there? I'm gonna have to put them in a cage. I'll tell you what I'll do. It wants to leave, so I'm gonna build cage traps along the exit. No access to mechanisms. Alright, they're still breaking the way out. That's fine. Right, they're not trap immune, so I'm going to build cage traps on the way out, and then I'm going to open that door and let them leave, and they'll get caught in the cage trap. That's the idea. I'm deconstructing the wall over here so they can get out and build the traps. And then I'll unforbid the outer door and let it run away. Straight into a trap. Some of the wounded are freaking out because there's no water. They'll be able to get out soon to get water. Alright. Interesting thing for people who don't know, when a dwarf is injured, they can't drink alcohol, they can only drink water. I'm not sure why, but if you have an injured dwarf who doesn't have access to water, they will die. It's a quirk of Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Alright, put in those cage traps. Create your second entrance, which will have him in a pit when you goblin invasion. Yes. If I can do that and funnel enemies into where the tortoise is, that would be pretty funny. Only really works when they're transformed, though. Because otherwise it's just an elf. And I mean, what's an elf gonna do? I mean, it would be kind of funny to drop it into an arena right as the moon turns or something. Oh, speaking of zombies, is our zombie still here? No, it looks like our horrible zombie friend has departed. He literally just came for a drink, peacefully left. I'm not sure why we had a zombie in the tavern, but that's peak Dwarf Fortress right there. We don't question it. Oh, hey, look, it's our guy. It's the same guy, cleaning up all the blood. So this guy earlier, when we were walking around the caverns, we came across a battle site where a whole bunch of trolls and such had been fighting, and there was blood everywhere. Everybody else went out and started hauling things in and grabbing the bones and grabbing the weapons and everything. This one guy, all he did was he spent days and days cleaning the blood off of the cavern. Yep, they're immortal, uncrushable, but only while transformed, right? Oh, you're talking about zombie giant sponges. Yeah, those are terrifying. What used to be really deadly, and is not so much anymore, were creatures made entirely of, like, fire. Because you would get a creature made of fire, and it was essentially unkillable because it had no vulnerable bits. There was nothing to stab, it was just fire. Now I think you can kill them. Alright, we've got at least one cage up. I'm gonna wait for a couple of them just in case. I mean, technically it should get caught on the first one it hits, but got a petition available. Yeah, we'll have more people stay here. I'm okay with long-term residents. Why are people hungry and thirsty? What's going on? Is that hunger? Yeah, you're hungry and thirsty. Oh, my recruits are still stationed. I'm sorry. I thought when I inactivated them it would have stopped their order, but apparently not. Cancel station. There you go. Man, that's dedication. My recruits were staying there. They're like, the fortress said we stay here. We're hungry, we're dying of thirst, we're staying here. Hashtag hold the line. Alright, so I think we can let the thing out now and catch it in a trap. I'm gonna unforbid this, and I think that'll let it run away. Yep, there we go. We have an elf in a trap. This is an elf cage. Excellent. Yep, it's a lady. She has a grating, raspy voice. Anyway, I've gone over time, about 10 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up there. Thank you all for coming out. That was a great ending to the stream where we had a elf tortoise, a were tortoise, attack us. Only killed one person, and I think we've already buried her now. Let's see. Yeah, right there, the presser. So, thank you all for coming out. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. I'll be doing this again next Friday. Every Friday until we decide we're done with Dwarf Fortress, basically. I'll be back on tomorrow with something. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna raid somebody, don't worry. Let me see who's live right now. Yeah, I always try to raid somebody. Let's see, who needs a raid? Hey, Villain Cosplay was in here earlier, and he's playing Subnautica now. You guys want to see some Subnautica? Setting up the raid. Yeah, let's go see him playing some Subnautica for a little while. Alright, anyway, thank you guys for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for everybody who followed or talked in chat. I appreciate all the interaction. That's really what I do this for, so had a lot of fun, and catch you next time. See you later.